Okay, I hope you're comfy, because welcome to a 4-hour bonus. Is it one you'll enjoy? Do you enjoy interrogations of serial killers? Do you enjoy listening to serial killers try and explain their actions in painstaking detail? Do you have 4 hours to spare? Well, I won't get in the way then. Just know, before we start, this is brutal. This is detailed. This man, Gary Michael Hilton, is unhinged and sees himself as a poet, a soldier, a philosopher, and a comedian. Episode 198. If you haven't watched it yet, watch that and then watch this hunk of garbage talk for 4 hours. He's about to put on a multiple act play for you under the yellow din of the police interrogation lights. I watched it and I thought maybe I'd hang for like 15 or 20 minutes. 4 hours later, I thought this is worth sharing because it's not every day that you get to witness a full interrogation without someone like me interrupting, combined with the work of seasoned investigators, combined with a peek into the dark mind of a very disturbed individual, all from the comfort of your own headphones and or video screens. So watch, listen, or watch and listen. It starts now, and I can't stop it. Hugs.
The old boxcar.
Fine boxcar.
That was my dad's first jump was out of that.
Is that right?
Yeah, 65 for him, so he's a year after.
You were there in 64? Oh,
No.
oh,
Daddy was there in 65.
When were you there?
94.
Oh, yeah. I was starting to click. You couldn't be that old. Yeah, the instructor said the hardest thing about jumping a C-119 is getting it up to 1,200 feet. Scott, you talk about fear. I never been so afraid in my life that first jump. Never. I gut-wrenching, knee-knocking fear.
I wasn't scared the first one. It was the second one. I was
Is that
terrified.
right? That's
You know what you expect after that.
Most guys, their first jumps are the worst, and they get progressively easy. The courage fades over time, just like combat. If you're out of combat, I was never in it, but I read stories. And after you're out of it for a while, and you got to go back, and then you're real scared at first. So you were one of the few people I've ever run across that got more scared as they went along rather than less scared.
I'll tell you, I just didn't know what to expect that first time, so it was just a wild ride for the first trip through the door. But after that, I got, I guess, used to it, but at the same time, it's something you always think about.
Well, you visualize, everybody visualizes what a parachute drop or a parachute jump would be, and I did too before I made one. And what everyone fails to realize or visualize is the noise.
Yeah.
And
then the quiet. The lack of
noise. But it's just when the noise and the wind. Most people, when they think of the parachute jumping, they think of just, jumping out, because you see it, it's not a sound picture. It doesn't have a hawk going, and it doesn't have that C-130, it drops speed of 125 knots, and so you're 135 miles an hour, it's about a Class 3 hurricane. It is. And no one ever visualizes what that hawk is like. They open those jump doors, it pressurizes every piece of nylon goes waving like that. So what do you want to talk about what?
Well, how old were you when you were in the military?
Just turned 17.
Just turned 17?
Got my first adult arrest. I was 17 in late November, and I got my first adult arrest. And the judge no profit when I told him I was going in the Army. That's what the Army was like back then. They're doing it to the Army now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they waived before misdemeanor rules. They waived no felony rules. They're going right back to, they may have waived even a high school diploma. They're going right back to where they were in the 60s, a bunch of kill-crazy psychos, man.
Cheap-paid killers, man. That's what we all were.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I was in Bravo, a rifle company for a year before I went to special weapons, and the great majority of the guys in there were not high school graduates. One enlisted man had some college. He had 2 years of college.
Right.
And he was actually a U.S. that had volunteer airborne and then re-upped and became RA. Yeah. So he was a draftee. He was the one draftee in the company, And he was the one that had any college at all. That's what it was like back then. It was like the French Foreign Legion, you know. You get out of going to court by saying you're going in the army, you know. So, yeah, I've gotten a vacancy arrest. Charlestown, me and another guy was going in the back of Royal Castles, which is like Crystal. And this is in Florida, Dade County Highway. And Crystals are like Florida. And you knock into and use the bathroom. We were going in the back and stealing food out of the back of it and then throwing it in the car. 17 years old. Acting like a child. A gross of eggs, which is only about this big, a dozen eggs, is 144 eggs. You can do all kinds of stuff. Chocolate custard pie. Just walk out in the. I'm a sociopath, man. I'm like what they call an antisocial. That's the new name for it, an antisocial personality. In my day, it was called sociopathic character disorder. That's what it was known as.
Really?
Yeah, you just walk out in the middle of a street, stand on the yellow line, 4-lane, like Highway Drive, Boulevard. Some people come along, you're standing right there in the middle on the yellow line, center line. And they're looking at you, and you're looking at them, and they're thinking, he's not going to throw that thing, is it? And they run like that. Tons of fun, man. Idle youth, you know what I mean?
Well, Gary, like I said before, the reason we're here to talk to you, marriage has been adjudicated.
Hey, I'll help you out on that case because we made a deal.
Yeah, we just want to shore up a few things. Yeah, I understood the FBI came to talk to you the other day.
On Thursday.
Yeah, we're not with them on anything. We're just basically going to give background on Gary Hilton and just finish up our case. The one thing that we got to get out of the way, due to the fact that you are in custody, it's our policy that we go ahead and make sure that you still understand what your rights are.
Yeah, I understand.
Which is our policy. I know you understand what your rights are because you basically quoted them to me anyway.
Yeah.
But you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Everything good with that?
Yeah.
Basically, from the military, I understand that you met your first wife in the military. What was her name?
Ursula.
What now?
Lucy, that's what they call Ursula in Germany.
And you met her in Germany? Mm-hmm. She, how long were you guys married?
Just married in 98 and divorced in 71. I've been going with her since 65. She was 16 when I met her.
Really?
Yeah, that's the worst mistake I ever made with her, running her off.
Really?
Gorgeous girl. I mean, truly gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
I'd tell you the best body, none finer I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
She had a body so good she'd be at the swimming pool, she'd be going to the ladies' room, and I'd walk along behind her and see the little boy just in trance walk behind her and follow her right into the ladies' room. I mean, she was stunning. And not only that, she was a good German housewife. Her father was a police Hauptmeister, the highest in the rank, first sergeant.
Looks like a chief, right?
Hauptmeister. He was enlisted, though, not an officer. That would be Hauptmann. That was, I guess, Hauptmeister. Highest enlisted rank. He was a police officer. She had an older sister that had already married GI 5, so that kind of smoothed away from me. But at any rate, she was gorgeous. A fine girl brought up by a police officer, fine German housefrau, kept a spotless house, meals ready. Only wanted to do what I wanted to do. And not only that, she had her training was as a draftsman. In Germany, they start them at about 15 into an apprenticeship program where they go high school half the day and learn a trade or a vocation the other half. Whether you're going to be a waitress or whatever you're going to be, it's called learning, an apprentice. So her apprenticeship was as a draftsman. There was no computer-assisted drafting back then. None. No CAD.
That was when they hand drew everything, didn't they?
Everything. Hand drew, hand lettered, everything.
Even on the symbols or
add the whole imagine a blueprint or, a blueprint. Everything, every single thing hand drawn. Sure. It was drafting. It was what a draftsman was. So it's a high-paying trade, and it was hard to learn, very demanding and difficult. And, of course, right up a German's alley, because it demanded precision. Yeah, that's what it demanded. Yeah, just total meticulousness. And patience, and Germans are whatever. Anyway, the point is, she came over after I married her, I brought her over. She immediately proceeded to get a job, Leslie Lumber Company. My mother worked there, so that was the name. Got a job with them in the truss company, drawing trusses. They made trusses to order for buildings, and everyone had to be drawn, that kind of thing.
So you actually brought her back to
Yeah, I married her, and after I'd been going with her a couple of years, I married her shortly before I left for the States, so that would put her in line for a visa. So I married her, got her visa working. Back then, visas were damn hard to get. Probably still are for Germans. And got her working on her visa, and now she was my spouse, so, bam, she had. And then at that time, I left. Went back and stayed briefly with my parents, rented an apartment, or actually it was a guest house on the property on the Biscayne River, 125 a mile, sort of catty-cornered across from my mother and stepfather's house. And about 2 to 3 months later, then she came over. And then I worked another couple of months until December, and quit and entered Miami-Dade Junior College flying, going career pilot program. Using my GI Bill. Back then, maybe they still will, pay 90% of you after private pilot. You have to get your private pilot license. Back then, a private pilot license cost $900. You can get a Cessna C-150 dry for $11 an hour, dual with an instructor for $14 an hour. That's great. Oh my God, I know something like that. Anyway, so they would pay 90%. VA would pay 90% of your flight costs. Oh, yeah. And the tuition was $150 a semester because it was a community college.
So you actually went through the training?
Yeah, I got the degree and got the commercial ticket with a multi-engine and instrument rating, and I got a certificate of flight instructor instrument ticket.
Wow. Instrument thing?
CFII, certificate of flight instructor instrument. Fixed wing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of guys that are instrument rated even nowadays.
No, well, the instrument rating then was an additional 40 hours, as much as it takes to get a private ticket.
Yeah.
Private ticket was 40 hours approved.
I'm sorry, did you say you got commercial too?
Yeah.
Rated as
Oh, yeah, commercial with a multi and instrument, and then instrument instructor.
Have you kept up with that, or?
No, I've never flown since.
Oh, okay. You just got it just.
Got it. And what got me off of that is that I worked 13 hours a week at the student assistant at the college. It was a bachelor out. It was in the audio visual department.
Right.
At that time, Miami-Dade Junior College North Campus was the largest in the nation. 27,000 students on out of that one campus. Maybe still is. And as a result, their audio visual department wasn't just a bunch of 16-millimeter projectors. We're talking about production studios, TV, movie production studios, on-staff artists, on-staff analysis. We could make our own slide presentations and everything with our artists. Announcers could narrate them. We had a closed-circuit TV system in '67. So, yeah, using like the old 1 or 2 inch tape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we had what we call a film chain where we could project movies into a TV camera and show them over closed circuit. Nobody had that. There was no such thing as a VCR or VTR then, video tape recorder back then. They were, but it was commercial only. There were the big decks with either 1 or 2 inch tape. I forgot what it was. Yeah. Way cutting edge, totally cutting edge. And so it was a big operation. The distribution center, which did every kind of presentation, handled every kind of in-class presentation, from slides to putting a TV set in for closed circuit to actually a movie, pushing the production. We did over 200 runs a day out of our distribution center. In other words, in-class, over 200 a day, so that kind of thing. It was a real operation. I worked for, in other words, they'd have about 30 student assistants per shift just working in the distribution center with 2 staff members supervising them, that kind of thing. So anyway, I worked as a student assistant for 15 hours a week during my whole time. When I graduated, they offered me a staff job, good pay, $3.25 an hour. That's what UPS driver started that then, which is the equivalent of $15 an hour.
So
that was starting.
So you went to work there?
Yeah, I went to work there for in '70 until late 71, and they fired me. Absenteeism taken quarterly.
Well,
like I said, I ran that girl off. You know why?
is that about the time you and her split?
Yeah.
Okay.
Within 4 months after we were divorced, I ran her off. I decided, here we got a beautiful girl, made even at that time 25-30% more money than I did even on my good paying staff job. In other words, she made the equivalent of $20 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good grief. Right? Perfect house, squeaky clean, you could eat off the damn floor, meals ready, work to boot, gorgeous girl, and really only wanted to do what I wanted to do. And if I didn't want to do anything, she wouldn't like it, but she'd do it. If I wanted to sit around and smoke pot or something, she didn't do any drugs, didn't drink. I was a pothead, of course, by then. And everybody, we could smoke on campus. The staff would go into the air conditioning room, which is a room bigger than this, with an air conditioning unit taking up most of it, and take some student assistants there, and we'd go in there and smoke. We had the Film Society where we showed avant-garde films every Thursday night, Jean-Luc Godard films, and Ingmar Bergman films, and that kind of thing. And the whole auditorium would be lighting up. And finally, the cops got wind of it and came in and busted 27 people. That was the end of the Film Society. But that was it back then. Drugs back then had not been demonized.
Right.
They were demonized very effectively under Reagan.
Right.
And he finally got that Omnibus Federal Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 in, which did draconian penalties for drugs. That was in 86. So you end up with a Macon housewife importing a kilo of coke with 2 other people, and one of them had a firearm in their house when they were arrested. They had to add that up. The Macon housewife got 30 years no parole and serving it right now. Yeah. That's your demonization of drugs right there.
Well, you say you got fired from that job for absenteeism because you were taking away the...
Yeah, and it's arbitrary. Within 3 months, maybe 5 months after I divorced.
So how many years total were you married to?
From 68, summer of 68 to summer of 71.
Summer of 71, so 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did you break it off with her?
I ran her off. Oh, you know why I ran her off? I'm telling you all these qualities she had. Well, remember now, this is a cultural revolution. It's really hitting home. By 1970, everyone was in effect doing the 60s. You know what I mean?
Caught up to it?
Yeah, the really hip people in California were doing the 60s in the early 60s. They were taking acid while it was still legal, in 63, 2, 1, and so forth. They were really doing the 60s, the diggers, the free food distribution, the real hippies. And by 1970, now, the masses, including me, were doing the 60s. So I was doing the 60s and 70s.
Well, the Army took away from that, too.
Oh, yeah. I did a flip from being gung-ho to being, a liberal, down to the establishment. But anyway, we had the Cultural Revolution going on. And I was in college, and even though I wasn't on the teaching staff, it was in a sense the same status almost as being on, you were staff. Oh, yeah. Air conditioning wasn't a blue-collar job, nothing else. It was white shirt and tie and running a learning center or running a distribution center or this and that, supervising 30 student assistants, that kind of thing. Air conditioned, intellectual, that kind of academic atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
And my gripe against her was that she was just empty-headed and didn't have a thought in the world, and she was not sophisticated enough and not intellectual enough. You're talking about stupid. Women today have too many thoughts. They have too, you know what I mean? If you could find a woman that's just simple and plain and whatever you want, honey, and here's your food, and I got the house clean, and I'm good looking to boot, and I make more money than you, well, my God, women today have too many thoughts. They have too, you know what I mean? If you could find a woman that's just simple and plain and whatever you want, honey, and here's your food, and I got the house clean, and I'm good looking to boot, and I make more money than you, well, my God, you see how stupid I am? I'm a fucking idiot. There's a pattern throughout my life of taking good things and just crushing it, throwing them the fuck away.
Did you ever run around on her while you were working at the college? I mean, all of
No, I didn't, except at the end. And I did. At the end, I did. Some other staff members were, and as a matter of fact, the third highest in North Campus AV department, it would have been the director, assistant director, and then this guy openly had a student girlfriend. He was a man, in other words, married, and openly had a student girlfriend who was always with him and everything. And again, it was a different atmosphere back then. Now that would be a felony, I think, for a teacher. I think for a felony, a teacher to have sex with a student is having sex with a person in custody is the same as. I think it would be a felony now. Yeah. Well, he wasn't a teacher.
Shortly after that went south, and you
got another one? Yeah. Like geopolitical views, everything. And probably they had to stop. So the last thing the Pennsylvania deputy, John, said to me, he says, he was a little, he said, and thanks for allowing us to bend your ear. He said, I laughed. I said, thanks for letting me bend your ear. Thank you.
So after college, or after your
anyway, I fell into the clutches of this older woman who was 8 years older than me, and she was a drug dealer. She was from a New York Jewish diamond family, that 54th Street diamond family, diamond folks that do these $1 million deals with a handshake, and you pass them, and they wrap the diamonds in paper. Everyone's got their particular fold, and they hand them, each other $1 million in diamonds and shake hands, and that's it. You can't get into it. You gotta be born into it and Jewish. Okay.
What was her name?
Paulette, and her main name is Paulette Goldman.
Paulette Goldman. And she was 4 years older than you?
8.
8 years older than you?
Mm-hmm. At any rate, so she was the misfit. They didn't know what to do with her. She was a woman. So they had bought her a house at the edge of Coral Gables, between Coral Gables, Coconut Grove boundary. Again, Coconut Grove at that time was real avant-garde, artsy-fartsy, artist colony.
It's the Greenwich Village of
Florida. Yeah. All that stuff has probably been torn down now, and big condos probably put on it. Back then it was a village, like Buckhead Village used to be, but only much bigger, much bigger. And all kinds of cool, hip people lived there. So. And, of course, Coral Gables was a very rich place, and this was right on the boundary. So they bought her house, and she was going to University of Miami majoring in sociology. And she didn't even manage she managed to graduate with a bachelor's degree in sociology. But she was a drug dealer, and mainly marijuana, ounce marijuana dealer. And I moved in with her. And, boy, that was not a good influence.
Really?
Yeah, well, she's the one that got me started on the downs. I'd never had a down. We call them downs. Central nervous system depressant. Let me put it that way. Depress the functioning of your central nervous system. And back then, it was the hypnotics in the form of methylqualone hydrochloride, which is Quaalude, Paris, so forth. You might remember, well, you won't remember, but so forth. And of course the barbiturates. Barbiturates were still widely prescribed at that time, just as sleeping pills. We're talking about Amitol, Seconal, Nembutal, and the combination of Seconal and Amitol was Tumanol. It was blue and red, cats like that, and they were considered the king. They're true narcotics. They're true opium derivatives.
What was the street name for them back then?
Downs.
Yeah.
Oh, Tumanol for 2 weeks. And then others were called by the colors they were. I think reds. Well, there was reds, blues, and yellows, and by the color they were. I wouldn't be surprised if it's impossible to get hold of a barbiturate these days. But I don't know if
they're out of fashion a little bit.
I don't. Well, the newer classes of antidepressants and sleeping pills, but back then that was what people said. Oh, we'll take a sleeping pill. That's what they were talking about.
Would you classify yourself as a hippie back then, or?
By then, what the hippies were, it was just every kind of outlaw street person in the world. You would call it counterculture more than anything, misfits. And the whole country was awash in them. It was just awash.
Anything to be there back then, that was movement kind of.
And of course they themselves were wearing a uniform and doing the style. And the country was just awash in young people. If you already, you don't, but in Atlanta in the late 60s and early 70s, since it's a regional capital, they had at the Piedmont Park, 2nd Street, and the Peachtree there. It was just awash in them. The whole country was full of just raggedy-ass young people hitchhiking and doing not much of anything. And, you know, at that time, we thought drugs were going to be legal within a few years. Yeah, the amazing thing to me that I'm always shaking my head over is this great, big, huge cultural revolution we had in the 60s and the 70s has almost utterly vanished. Utterly. And it's back to the 50s now. Back in the 60s, if I said, hey, businessman, that would be a bad thing. Hey, Mr. Businessman, take care of business, Mr. Businessman. That would be a bad thing to say about someone. And now, what does every young person want to do? Get an MBA. They're all just, you know, they'll use some, you know, keyboards pecking away. You know, the Bible says the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, I know what it means. This is a fat fuck behind a keyboard. Right? Got 10 times more powerful as me, and I'm a stud, man. I'm a stud. I can whip ass left and right, and they're more powerful, 10 times more powerful than me. Fat fuck in a keyboard. Sitting in a keyboard. Yeah, I learned to type in the 60s in the Army when almost no man could type, unless you're a reporter or writer, but I won't type now. I call it women's work, which shows I never make it on the outside, which is, you know, why I'm sitting here doing life and realizing it's the only place for me. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You could take me to the front door of this jail and say, go forward and say no more. I literally have to turn back around and walk back in here. There's nothing out there for me. And you see what my relationship with society as a whole is. I mean, it's only 5% of the people that have come forward so virulently and vehemently to knock me, but if the other 95% of them silent majority and don't, you know, they're not going to speak up. Oh, I know Gary Hilton. He's a great guy, you know. I know Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, Hannibal, you know, Hannibal the cannibal silent. So, you know, I know Hannibal Lecter. He's a great guy. No, they're not going to say a goddamn thing.
You'd be surprised people come forward and talk pretty good about that.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not in the sense that they are 19 out of 20. It's the people that kind of fuck with me, which are relatively rare. Yeah. But unfortunately, I put myself in a position where I have a high amount of exposure to that type of people, and that is in dog situations. It's people with dogs. The average dog owner doesn't know jack shit about dogs. The average animal control officer doesn't know jack shit about dogs. They anthropomorphize. That means assigning human qualities to something. Anthropomorphic. Okay? And they assign human qualities to dogs. And what that means is that they want dogs to be like humans, which is be nice and get along. Well, that's not the way it is in the dog world. Because when dogs talk to each other, you know, they quite often revert back to the wolf world. And the wolf world is more incredibly savage and brutal than you can ever imagine. Wolves are one of the only animal that I know of, other than human beings, that will run down and run down and run down and run down and go and go and go after another member of their own species to kill it. Okay?
Just for the sake of killing?
No, it's that if they get in their territory, rather than just run them out, if they can, they'll go and go. Other animals, it's just brief contest of strength, more or less. But a wolf pack, if they detect another wolf from outside their pack in their territory, they'll run it and they'll run it and they'll run it and they'll run it. And if they can catch it, they'll kill it. An alpha female, you got your alpha male and alpha females in a pack, the leaders of the pack. Okay, I've heard a wildlife biologists say that they're studying them in yellow. They're back in Yellowstone now, so they're really getting good data on those in the last 10 years. I heard a wildlife biologist on video say, you know, an alpha female may get up in the morning and kill her mother and run her sister off. That's how savage and brittle the wolf world is. And that's what dogs can revert back to when they're talking to each other. Humans don't understand that in the dog world or the wolf world, there are no assault and battery laws. There are no murder laws. And quite often, there is no fear. Okay, imagine such a world where there's no murder laws. And there's no fear, which is why you see little chihuahuas getting killed all the time. They won't back down. Right. You just grab them one shake and they're gone, man. You all see little dogs get killed that way, you know. They won't back down. Yeah, no murder laws, no aggravated assault, no assault and battery laws, and quite often no fear. That's what the dog world is, and you've got to understand that and be appropriately cautious. And humans don't understand that. And not only that, they are aware that their dog may fight and has fought and they're aware of that. But on the other hand, they can't control the dog. The dog isn't trained. No one has enough time to spend with their dogs to begin with to get them properly trained. So that means the dog is going to have to lead his life at the end of the leash, and he's jerking around. And what they want to do is let their dog run loose. And everyone that the dog confronts, they want to say, "It's okay, he's friendly," you know. And they know it. I've had people let their dogs confront me and fight the dogs, have them call the police on me, and then in the succeeding year have seen that same person and that same dog get in 2 or 3 more incidents of the same. A woman at Stone Mountain had 2 dogs 150 yards from me. I spotted them, and you're at a loss between trying to call. They will. And you're kind of conflicted as whether to call her and warn her, or the fact is that as soon as they hear you call, the dogs are coming after you. You don't really know what to do. I called her. I said, "Yo, we got a dog here, dog under control." Wow, dogs come right at me from a long way away, 150 yards away. Dogs split up. So I'm doing stick work on one, and when they split up, then you're going to have to use pepper if they split up. You're going to have to spray one at one with pepper.
At a distance.
Yeah, not necessarily. It's hard to actually disable a dog with pepper, but conversely, dogs sense pepper immediately, and it'll turn them momentarily. If the dog is determined, he'll come back. So you just take a shot at him. And I'm doing the stick work. They say the thing about the stick or the baton is that it can be used in a graduated manner, and that it does command respect in most dogs. And that's the beauty of the whole thing is a graduated manner, as opposed to pepper or opposed to bullet. In other words, in fighting a dog or a human with a stick, my goal is to shape the situation. My goal in a stick fight with a human or a dog is not to make contact with the dog. A successful stick fight, Mr. Benedict, to me, is shaping it with a stick and not making contact. Because it takes it to a whole other level when you make, especially with a human being. You hit a human being with a stick, regardless of the situation, it's probably going to ruin your day, buddy. And it may not go your way either, even though it always has. I've had the police called on me 30 times at least, and no exaggeration in 17 years. No exaggeration at all. At least 30 times. I've had them called 5 times in Murphy County. I've had them called 3 times at Stone Mountain alone. And that's 8 right there. Okay, at least 30 times. And in every single time that the police were called on me, the police have confirmed that I did not act unlawfully. And there's been a couple of times the police have written me a letter saying that I could press charges if I want. The one time it didn't go my way was not with a police officer. It was with animal control. Animal control are not police officers. And none of them have been on their jail. They're civilians with their uniforms all there. Police officers, the good ones, and most of them are good these days. Police work, of course, has become highly professional. And I'm talking to Cab North in particular. Cab North has seen a lot of things. And police officers are trained to interrogate people and to arrive at the truth. I found that police officers may not be able to tell if you're lying, but if you're telling the truth, they can tell. Generally, they may not can tell if you're lying, but they can tell generally if you're telling the truth. Okay, and in every 30 times, with the exception of that animal control one, it went my way. And if it had not gone my way, I was going to jail over assault with a deadly weapon, and that can be up to $20,000 bond in some cases. Okay, so it's a serious charge. Okay, and every single time, like this instance I was telling you about, I had to spray with the dog's stick work, just shaping the situation. And in other words, using in a graduated manner ranges from merely presenting the stick and showing the stick, to waving the stick, to all the way to contact. Okay. The thinking with a stick or faking with a stick, one thing I learned about thinking with a human being, dogs are real good at movement. They pick up movement, like that, but humans don't.
Right.
And I've learned with humans that if you're going to faint at a human, don't do it at combat speed, because I'm too fast for them to see, and it doesn't make an impression on them.
So you're making a presentation you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I did that one time to a human. The guy just, after we were in the middle of a confrontation, he had a big loose male, and et cetera. There was a female and he present. It was a real melee. And so the kid, a nut, this is one of the few times that the guy wasn't bigger than me. Usually if you have a stick and handling yourself well, the guy's always going to be bigger than you. Well, this time the kid wasn't. He was only my size. And he comes right at me from 10 feet away, like boring right in on me. So I gave my thing, I did like that real quick. So that what happens is the tip of the stick is going right at you and then coming back, so you don't get the traversing motion. You don't get the impression of movement that a traversing motion would. Mm-hmm. And as a result, it was so quick that he didn't even see it. But the point is that I goofed out and I just touched him right there. Mm-hmm. And he said, because he didn't even see it, but he felt it. Right? He said, I don't believe you did that. I don't believe you did that. Did you see him do that? And I looked behind me, and his buddy was coming up behind me, which is another thing. Keep your focus wide when you're fighting. That's the hardest. That's a critique that you can always make, no matter how good of a fighter you are, stick fighter you are, or a street fighter, whatever. You do these after action critiques, and you break it down and try to analyze what you did wrong, what you did right, so you can learn from it, like you're doing.
Right.
You can always make a critique. I didn't keep my focus wide enough. You tend to fixate on the target.
Right. Sure.
You got to keep your focus wide, not only to look for other threats, but to look for witnesses. Witnesses, of course, but a whole different thing. If you have witnesses, you'll act in some way, and if you don't, you may act another way.
Right.
But typically you want witnesses, because they always lie, naturally. But again, the police can tell when I'm telling the truth. They come, and I tell them the truth, and it makes sense to them. And the other people are not telling them the truth, and they're giving a lot of excuses and rationale why they assaulted me. And rationale why they assaulted me, basically. But anyway, what I learned from that, in addition to keeping your focus wide, which is always what you're learning, is that when you do a feint, two things. Number one, when you feint against a human, don't do it at combat speed. Make your feint real broad, like rabbit, okay? Don't do it at combat speed. Mm-hmm. And number two, don't feint to the head area. Mm-hmm. That's so if you goof up, you won't have a head strike. Which you never hit a person in the head or neck unless it is a fatal force scenario.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, get back on track to the 70s. Well, how long did you stay with, what was your name?
Paulette. Till 73.
73?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, we broke up, and by then I was destroyed. Totally destroyed. I mean, here I am now. I'm deep into downs now.
Mm-hmm.
They're addicting.
Right.
Barbiturates are physiologically addicting. So are Quaaludes, for that matter. But Quaaludes are psychologically addicting to the hypnotic class of drugs. Mm-hmm. And now I've been taking those for 2 years, heavily, to the burn. A lot of them. And I'd lost my job, my good job. Mm-hmm. Gotten fired from that. My hair had grown long. I totally fucked. I was homeless. Just totally fucked. Totally fucked.
So what did you do?
Started working in what would now be called telemarketing, but there was no such thing then. Back then there was no telemarketing. Telephone sales really consisted of people in phone rooms, boiler rooms they were known as, impersonating police officers, labor union officials, civic leaders, and firefighters. That's what it was. You would be working in a FOP phone room, and they would be detectives in there with their guns. And the phone men would be sitting around going, hey, Joe McBride, National Police Officers Association. They also appreciate a little spoil bag, get you that sticker there with the badge decal, put it beside your license plate there. And I think you know the state will give you a license to go 90 miles an hour down the expressway and beat your wife, but I think you understand the police appreciate it. You never directly tell them you're a police officer, you know. You just imply that you were. Right. Same with the firefighters, same with labor union officials. You know, you say AFL-CIO changed it. Hey, we're putting together this book for our convention, supporting the kids at the same time, going to have the governor in, want to have a nice book to push across from it. I think you understand that any support you give to organized labor will never hurt you. Right. Oh, that's true. It's true. Back when my daddy was getting his head busted on Ford overpass by company goons, yeah. We used to have to throw a bomb once in a while, send the boys over there, turn that place into a parking lot. Those days are long gone. Oh, yeah, that's what it was back then. That's just a bunch of people impersonating. And it would be the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce. They were notorious.
Had you moved to Georgia at that point? Or?
No, yeah. Then I moved to Atlanta. Yeah.
About what time frame were we talking about? You moved to Atlanta?
70. Oh no, in 73 and early 73.
Early 73, you had moved to Atlanta.
Yeah.
That was when you were in.
Yeah, it was several months after we had broken up, and I was just homeless, and I was working phone deals and. Down in Miami-Dade and getting my teeth cut. Miami-Dade, or Miami, you know, Dade County was really a hotbed of this type of stuff, this type of phone fraud, if you will. And so was Atlanta. Actually, a lot going on in Atlanta. But the reason I came up to Atlanta was I'd been born here, but yet it was the only place I hadn't been to. Because I grew up on racetracks all around the country. I left Atlanta when I was 6 years old. Mm-hmm. My mother moved us to Tampa, and then a year later she married my stepfather. And so
how old were you when she got married?
7. Yeah. And so in Atlanta, I was born here, but it was the one place I hadn't been. Yeah, and so I came here, and and there's a lot of fun jobs here, man, of that type, JCs, police. All kinds of police organizations.
Mm-hmm. Then you said phone fraud. Did you actually? I mean, were you actually?
The reason I call it here's the difference between phone fraud and legal phone work.
Right.
In legal phone work, they took your money that they took from you, and they passed it around and split it amongst a lot of guys. Mm-hmm. Okay. In phone fraud, I take their money and keep it all myself. Okay, that's the difference. Can you dig it? You know, 2% would go to the cost.
Right.
1 or 2%, literally, 1 or 2% would go to the cost, and then it would be split among the room managers, the telemarketers, the leavers, the sponsor, the promoters, everyone else. So they'd take that basket of money and pass it around to everybody who takes some. That made it legal. And if you took the basket of money and just kept it all yourself, it was fraud. Okay, that's the difference.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why I call it phone fraud. It still is. I know of very few charities these days, actually, that are truly what people think they are.
Right.
Okay, truly what people think they are. There's a few charities that 70% of what they collect goes actually to a cause, but most of these charities, Easter Seals is a good example, and most of the other ones, most of it is spent. Most of the money they raise is spent raising the money.
Right.
It goes to the printers that print the promotional items, who are friends of and they pay kickbacks, and it goes to the promoter, and it goes to a whole bunch of people take some of it, and it's usually more of the reverse. These charities who's nationally known and everything typically would be 30% to the cause. It's that much. Many of the charities you're being approached to even to this day, police charities and stuff like here in Georgia, if you'll read what they're doing, only they have to disclose it to keep themselves legal now, and only 2 or 3% goes to the cause.
Mm.
Even now. But of course that stuff is so old and passe, it's just old-timey and antiquated. People are much more sophisticated in that respect to say the least, than they were 30 years ago.
What kind of attracted you to getting involved in that?
Oh, it's because you could work buffed up with long hair. It wasn't a job.
Parents wasn't a big deal and all that.
No. And you sit there with a glass of beer, or you have your bottle of whiskey in your coat jacket, or a wine cooler in a glass. Yeah, you could be fucked up on that stuff. I mean, the promoter would often advertise the job, and he would say, habits okay if you can afford them. Or if he was real strict on it, he would say no habits. Okay. And these jobs could be advertised in a billboard publication known as the Amusement Bulletin. And that was the newspaper for outdoor expositions, state fairs, arenas, that kind of thing. And they had a phone, because quite often the cause that you were pitching was going to be a benefit show, in a benefit show or a state fair or something like that. So you'd be calling them up for the JCs, Sandy Springs JCs, and million of them. And you'd say, what we're doing is we're bringing in a country and western show. We want to bring in a lot of underprivileged kids to it. It's just $1 a kid, and all the proceeds are going to the boys' farm, the boys' ranch, right? And back then, of course, when you said underprivileged kid, it denoted a white child whose parents were drunk and mean and abusive. Some poor little old bird-headed owl had to wear raggedy clothes to school. His parents didn't treat him very good, that thing. It was... Nowadays, you say underprivileged child, anyone knows it's going to be an African-American child out of the projects. Now, look at Toys for Tots. Yeah, you really ought to see them distribute. This Marine Corps Toys for Tots? They distribute the toys typically. One location would be down there at the old Sears building on Ponce which is now City Hall East. And go down there and look at them distribute those toys. It'll be African-Americans pulling up in, I kid you not, African-Americans pulling up in Mercedes and Cadillacs, going in there just loading up armfuls of toys, walking out. That's what it is now, and people are hip to that. But back then, an underprivileged child was just a poor white kid who was a good kid. He had just gotten a bad break. His daddy was in the penitentiary, and his mom was a drunk, that kind of thing. And so that's what it was. Oh, and anyway, the point is, we're bringing in a country and western show. Hence the connection with the amusement bulletins, because that would be shows there. Sometimes you bring in a circus. You bring a little one-ring circus, put it on in the margin of a shopping center, just like a carnival or something. Bring in a circus for the kids. Children's Christmas shopping tour. You still see for the cops, where they give the child the money and you shop with a cop, you still see that. Yeah, it was this last Christmas. I saw it, yeah. It would be that. We had asked for $10 in and sponsor a child. I'm sure it's a lot more now. Yeah. And then have police officers in the room.
Did you ever get back on your feet in Atlanta, or you just continue to do that?
No, well, yeah, I got back on my feet. I never did, because, because I've been deep into down, and now, reality's sitting there, and I can't get any more downs. And for a person that has an addictive personality towards downs, what the problem is, what makes a lot of alcoholics and so forth, is that they have a high level of anxiety within them. I've heard it expressed the motor is all. You see this in heroin addicts too. The same thing. I don't mean your guys fucked up heroin addicts. I mean quite the intellectual heroin addicts. That manage their habit, or they haven't managed it. You have a high anxiety level. They can't turn the motor off. They can't relax. And the thing about what makes these alcohol and these all these central nervous system depressants so addictive is that here you have a person who has a hard time relaxing, who has a hard time partying, you might say, has a hard time being loose, is always anxious, worried. In my case, it was just a high level of what they call existential anxiety, which is the awareness of your future. You know you're going to die. And there's a psychiatric school of thought that says existential anxiety is responsible for most of human neurosis. Yeah. Because we're the only...
That bothered you back then?
Since I was 4 years old, my earliest thoughts were of death and that I was going to die. Really? When I was 4 years old, I could place it because of the situation I was in when I thought it. And when I was 4 years old, I can remember looking at my hand and pondering the fact that this hand one day will be a skeleton. Yeah, when I was 4 years old.
Well, what was the situation, if you don't mind that?
No, it was an intellectual thought. It was the awareness of my future non-being. The humans are the only animal that I know of that really has to cope with it, although it's really hard to tell. But it's a tremendous psychic load. It's the knowledge of our future non-being or the inevitability of our death is the thing that shapes our entire life. It is. Your life, my life, and everything else. It's the thing that is responsible for the activities you do to escape from the thought. Okay? You're so busy. You have your family. You have your activities. You have your work. You have your church. What you're doing is running from existential anxiety. Yeah, if you stop for 1 second and there's nothing there to distract you, like your kids and everything else that are, quote, the most important thing in the world to you. And if that was just emptied out of your mind, the existential anxiety will catch up to you, and it's just too absolutely horrifying. Without the comfort of believing in an afterlife, believing in supernatural ghost stories. You see, I mean, we have the president of the United States, the most sophisticated and powerful country in the world, standing up there telling the world that he believes in a ghost story. Which is what? Jesus Christ is, and that kind of thing. Talking about Jesus. And that's a ghost story. That is of the supernatural, you know. And here we are, most advanced peoples ever. And we're talking about ghost stories. And they all do it. You see how stupid they are? They're total fucking idiots, but they're just being human beings. You see? They're just being human beings. They're running from their existential anxiety. That's what's responsible for you so busy. Why you're wearing that tie. Why you're devoting yourself to work for the betterment of society. Hey, son, forget it. Look, any good anthropologist can tell you we're doomed, okay? And so can any cosmologist, too. It's just on a larger time scale, that's all. And so can any good geologist can tell you, hey, don't you know the supervolcano under Yellowstone? There's over 70 supervolcanoes. You don't even know what a supervolcano is. Check out pbs.org and get their show on supervolcanoes and they explain it to you. The supervolcano that is the Yellowstone Plateau, these things are so big that they're hundreds of square miles. They don't really have a crater. They have magma chambers that can take a million years to fill. The supervolcano under Yellowstone has erupted 3 times in the last 2 million years. It has an average cycle of 600,000 years. When it erupts, it basically wipes out downwind the eastern part of the U.S. If you're looking at a map of the U.S., Yellowstone is here, and project a cone like this, and it basically blankets in a cone the whole eastern seaboard of the U.S. under several feet of ash and would just destroy any civilization in that area. Well, listen, it's erupted 3 times in the last almost 2 million years. And guess what? It's got a cycle of 600,000 years. And guess what? It's been 630,000 years since it last erupted. That thing could pop off any minute, pal. Okay. They know the power of
the meteor I'm always talking about.
That's always talking about.
Well, that's another thing. That is more unpredictable. It's going to happen, but when we don't know. We know this is going to happen. We know the time scale. Hey, check it out, the Olympic plate up there in the Northwest, okay? In 1967, they had a super earthquake in Alaska, over 9 points on the Richter scale. It's only the 3rd one ever known to human beings. And in this case, they were able to observe the effects. Relatively few people were killed because at that time Alaska was sparsely populated. Yeah. But geologists had an idea of what a mega, over 0.9 earthquake would do, geologically speaking. But they were only theories. And they were able to study the effects of this and confirm it. And they have found that the Olympic plate has, in the last 20,000 years, has shook itself out with a plus 0.9 earthquake 18 times. Okay, and not only have they confirmed it, by study, what they've done really to really get it precise is they always had a theory that underwater you have a continental shelf under the ocean. You have a continental shelf, and then it goes down to the depths of the ocean. And in that, we're kind of like ravines, sort of, or canyons. Mm-hmm. And geologists had a theory that a megaquake would make undersea earth slides on that, and it would leave a record. And so they were able to continental shelf under the ocean. You have a continental shelf, and then it goes down to the depths of the ocean. And in that, we're kind of like ravines, sort of, or canyons. Mm-hmm. And geologists had a theory that a megaquake would make undersea earth slides on that, and it would leave a record. And so they were able to study the effects of the Alaska earthquake to see that that was so. So they drilled off, like Washington State, okay, into these ravines right at the edge of the continental shelf. That's how they found it had shook itself out, +9 earthquakes 18 times. It was right there in the layers, pal. Okay. Okay. Well, that's an average of about 500-something years between shakeouts. Yes, you know when the last one was? Christmas Day. 500 years ago, right? Well, we got a little while ways to go. We're in the zone, though. It was Christmas Day, 1700. Or 1699, 1700 to 1699. Oh, yeah, we dated precisely. Not only that, geologically we dated. Well, we can dig up the redwoods that were buried in the tsunami tidal wave now. And of course they're dated, and now that we know what we're looking for, and that in fact is what happened. Okay. Hey, I don't know, tell you about Rainier. Yeah, you got to go see Mount St. Helens. That's the most awesome sight you have ever seen, okay? They say it was equivalent to 400 atom bombs. You'll believe it when you see that. I hiked up right into the blast zone, actually, to where the road ends, and right up there where the blast came right out where you see it.
How close to the earthquake? Or when the volcano blew we got there?
Oh, that was in 95, so I was...
But it was almost thrown back by then.
No.
No, 95?
15 years after. No. It still looked like the moon. You were still now, you were just still now then seeing a few sprigs. Those places are deserts, man, to begin with. All of out west, unless you're on the east side of the Olympic Mountains, which is only a coastal strip about 100 miles. That's real green and rain. The rest of Washington and Oregon are deserts. They grow a lot of stuff because they're irrigated heavily. And all those states are just basically volcano deserts. If you go and drive through western Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State, except for that coastal strip, you'll see that all of that, you'll come to realize that this place is all volcanic. Everything there is volcanic. All the rocks are volcanic. There's no dirt out there. It's this kind of volcanic ash. You throw your duffel bag down, it goes poof. Really fucks up your back. You can immediately realize this place is going to blow the fuck up one of these days. Okay, what about Mount Rainier, man? They've got Mount Rainier just looms over Seattle. Okay, the western face of Mount Rainier is just rotten. It's just really mud and rocks glued together with ice. Frozen ice. All that has to do is be heated, and you'll have these huge lahars. They're called lahars. The mud flows. That mud flow that killed 50,000 people down in South America about 15 years ago. Remember that little girl was trapped in it, and they tried to get her out.
Guatemala or Venezuela?
You're obviously well traveled. You've been several places.
Anyway, the point is, listen, but. Again, I'm not judging you because I understand you're doing the best you can to handle your psychic load. You're doing the...
It couldn't have been that much for you because after a while, then you get kind of I know you had a Camaro for a little bit, so that was in the 70s?
1980. I got a brand new Camaro.
Was it Smokey and the Bandit type, or?
It looked like it, although it was just a 6-cylinder, but it was a California Camaro in the Van Nuys, California assembly plants. White, plain, black, no.
Well, what made the move? What did you do to get that? Just out of curiosity. Were you still working in marketing, or?
Well, no. I started fraudulent telephone solicitation after I got up here, within about a half year.
On your own? Or
on my own, just printing invoices and selling them.
Oh, okay.
Just printing, making up. Southeast Regional Council, Georgia.
During that time, did you You were making good money doing that?
Well, yeah, but I was so drunk I stayed sick drunk until September 77. And then I quit.
Yeah.
But
Cold turkey, or did you go to rehab? Or
no, I did. I got medical help on that.
Where'd you get that at?
A private doctor in our county, downtown Decatur. And what I had been doing was going to Grady because my blood pressure had gotten so sky high, just tremendously high. Like 145 over 150, just tremendously high. And I was doing that, but the handwriting was on. They were giving me experimental drugs. That was I had a couple of convulsions. And handwriting was on the wall. And I got married to a prostitute. And on the day I got married, you know, I met and courted her and married her drunk. And the day we got married, I quit. You know, bad mistake. We only stayed married 6 months.
Remember?
Yeah, Yvonne Ball was her name. Oh, her real name, her whole name was Donna Yvonne Ball, but she went by
Diana?
Dinah.
Dinah,
Like
Yvonne Ball?
Yvonne with a Y.
Okay. Is she still around, or is she?
I haven't seen her for decades, over 20 years. I ran into her on Highlands 20 years ago. I was running, you know, down the street, and I ran into her. And I just said a few words, hi, how you doing? And I said, you working? And what I mean is, did you have a job? Right. But in retrospect, she said, and looking back on it, I realized how really she took that question to mean.
Right.
She said yes.
So you were still probably.
Yeah, and I said, well, see you. And I would have just, I didn't know what else to say to her.
Right.
The poor thing, I just felt for her. She didn't have a chance in the world, that poor girl.
Yeah.
She was so dumb, man. She tried to listen to her rings, and she was too dumb to get in.
How old was she when you guys got married?
She was about my age, and we got married in 77, so that would have put her about 31.
31. Right.
And, but at any rate, I quit drinking. But the problem is, and I stayed sober for, I fell off the wagon for 6 months in 82, quit again, and stayed sober until 1995, I'm sorry. Then I stayed drunk for 4 years, till 89, and I haven't had a single drink since 89. But the first time I quit, yes, I went to a private doctor. He put me on Melville. It's called an antidepressant, but...
Do you remember the doctor's name, right?
Nah, Gold something, but don't they all have Goldstein, Gold Bar, Gold, you know, whatever.
You married again in 79, didn't you?
Yeah, and in 79, again, I was married for 6 months.
So you were only married to Dinah for how long?
6 months. We were divorced in about March, April of 78. And then I married the police officer to Stone Mountain Police Department. And by the way, she was grandfathered in, so she was, in other words, she was a police officer before post.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so she was not a post-certified officer, although the department, well, then the law had been passed. Everyone had to be post to be a blue light police officer.
Right.
But she had started before then, so she was grandfathered in. And at the time I was going with her, or married to her, she was not post-certified. However, she was a blue light police officer.
And you met her there in the park?
Yeah, I was running there every day, and I was really good, looking good, and in great shape. And after we were divorced in late 79, I started taking pills again. And the rationale was, hey, I'm not drinking, but I'll just take every pill I can get. And that was in the waning days of the Quaalude craze.
Right.
As a matter of fact, you can even still get real lower Quaaludes. The DEA, one guy in the DEA persuaded the 4 or 5 people in the world that made methylqualone hydrochloride to just discontinue production. Okay, the same guy, and there was no more Quaaludes, real Quaaludes. And then they were all counterfeit, made typically with diazepam, which is Valium.
Right.
And they were great. They were great. I estimate some of those counterfeit Quaaludes made of diazepam probably that perhaps even up to 500 milligrams diazepam in it. And as you know, it comes in 5, 10, 15, 20 milligram caps, and I estimate some of those had up to 5. I mean, they were instant white lightning. I mean, you take a whole one and if you were an experienced down freak, you'd stay on your feet and would do all kinds of things, but you wouldn't remember a damn thing of it later. I mean, these were wild. I've woken up after a night of doing those things, walked out to my Camaro, seen that I had my spare running, looked into the trunk and seen my original car was totally shredded, totally to pieces, and then in a couple of hours have a guy from the I live in Stone Mountain, have a guy from Noonday Baptist Church at Highway 5 and 92 at Woodstock call me and tell me he found my wallet in the church parking lot. Okay, I had no business up in Woodstock, number one. I had a shredded tire and no remorse at all of changing it out and putting the spare out. And a guy has found my wallet in a Noonday Baptist Church in Woodstock, 50 miles away. And you can only think of God only knows what happened that night and how many people I ran over or what, that tire was shredded so much it was like, God, hit a curve at 100 miles an hour. It was wild. Yeah, those were wicked, totally wicked. And so
you started doing this while you were married to Sue?
No, I wouldn't take a pill or nothing while I was married. I was in my rebirth. When you start running, you see, I had a lot of strength or foreknowledge as far as being able to run long distances because I learned in the Army in a class of 600 guys. Okay, now, and that is that your average guy, if he's young, in good health, and not obese, your average guy can go out and run for an astonishing long time. If you'll do an LSD, long flow distance, okay, don't split, just dog trot, or just do it like they do in the Army, just
everyone shot.
Yeah, exactly. That your average guy, if he's motivated, he can go out and do an astonishing amount of distance, and as you get trained up, you can. So I knew that. That was the average civilian doesn't know that. And they think as soon as they start into a double time, they go, oh, how long? How am I getting tired? Oh, this is getting, and they haven't seen. But you see, in the Army with 600 guys doing it, that shows me that you can that is highly subjective. Your tolerance to fatigue, highly subjective in that you can do it because everyone else is doing it. That proves that how subjective fatigue is. That's what I learned about fatigue in the Army. That was able to carry me through all my athletic endeavors, all through my life, the incredible stuff that I've done in the 90s as far as powering 30-mile trips, carrying heavy weights, climbing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 vertical feet in a trip over 30 miles, just doing stuff that people are really impressed by, that know what it means. But see, my secret weapon is that I knew that fatigue was highly subjective, and that it can, in other words, what by subjective, I mean your response to fatigue is highly dependent on states of mind, your state of mind. And I learned that in the Army. I learned that because in the Army I saw that I could do stuff that astonished myself and everyone else astonished themselves. And the reason we did it is because we did it together, and he could do it. That's an airborne song, if I can do it, you can do it. If he can do it, you can do it, and, up the hill, around, that kind of thing. So I learned that in the Army. So I was able to start running in 1978, and I met my wife through the running. I was out running at Stone Mountain. Yeah, she would drive by and never would wear a shirt, even in wintertime. Had the hairy chest and, cut. I was lifting weights every other day and running 10 miles or more every other day. Yeah, she'd drive by in the police car. She'd put the intercom on, the loudspeaker, not the intercom, the loudspeaker, Well, they say, all right, everybody, disperse, this show's over. And she put that loudspeaker on, off top, and she'd go, like that. And she'd drive by. Oh, yeah, she just scarfed me right up, man. She scarfed. I was a fourth husband, man. She knew how to do it. Yeah, she scarfed me right up because, she got the feel for me. She found out I had VA benefits. And she wanted a home, of course, more than anything. What do all women want? They want their home and things, and they want their kids. Okay, that's what they want. And so she just died for a house. and died for a house. And when she found out I had kids, 2, 6 and 8. And when she found out that I had $115,000 at the time VA loan bill, which would be equivalent of $300,000 now. This is in 78, 2 or 3 times the money was. And so that was enough, you know. And so, she got me married and went out and found the house. Got a good deal on it, too. Bought a house across from the school in Detroit, Hollywood Drive. Bought that house. It had been sitting empty. I happen to know the guy that owned it because he lived in the same apartment complex I lived in before I married her. And bought that house for $35,000 then. And this was in 79, and that's just when the big real estate inflation hit then. That inflation of the late 70s, finally the President, Carter, had to put a cap on.
That's back when they had 13% on your house and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. But the inflation rates were so, even going back to Gerald Ford, he had the Whip Inflation Now program. Anyway, those inflations of the late 70s was the best thing that ever happened to the middle class, because that meant in 5 years their home would double because just of inflation, the price. And you may say, well, inflation, the money's only worth half as much. Well, so what? If your home was worth $100,000 in 75 and in 79 or 78 is worth $200,000, well, so what if the money was only worth half as much? You still had the $100,000, right? Okay, you still had the $100,000. Okay, so So she bought that thing. She stole it from the guy. He had gotten a divorce, had been sitting there. She saw it just sitting there like this, sitting there and everything. She got that house for $35,000. When we split up, got divorced 6 months later, we sold the first. We advertised. I advertised. She wanted to get another 5 or another 2 or 3. I said, I got a flying hair at my ass. I said, let's advertise it at 45. Mm-hmm. And bigger than shit, we advertised it at 45, and the first person that inquired on it bought it at $34,500. He asked for $500. That guy was Steve Brock, whose mother was a real estate agent who started For Sale by Owner, the For Sale by Owner. Now there's a lot of For Sale, but the For Sale by Owner, yeah. He was buying it for people in California.
So you guys had a
We made $10,000 off that house in 6 months.
A friendly breakup, though. I mean,
oh yeah.
It wasn't not.
Yeah, it was. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. I've always been fair to my ex-wife. Mm-hmm. And oh no, she didn't. No, when I bought that house, I bought it in my name, but she was my wife, and she came to the closing of the house, and so I bought it in my name, VA. And at the closing, I said, Sue, do you want half that house? And she said, yeah. So I told the attorney, can I give her half that house? He said, yeah, I'll make you a quick claim deed right now. And I gave her half the house. Okay? And I thought it was fair because she's the one that went out and got it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I wouldn't have had it. Right. I wouldn't have made the $10,000. So when we sold the house, I was willingly gave her half of the proceeds.
But you were in an apartment before that, kind of
just apartment of the proceeds.
But you were in an apartment before that, kind of
just apartment.
You went from an apartment to a house with kids.
With 2 kids, man, and then back.
What was that like? Just making that transition from.
Well, you see,
it drives me nuts.
Well, back then I was really a pathetic guy in that, you see, the saddest thing in the world is a loner, which I was. A loner trying not to be one. In other words, a loner that doesn't know themselves. And what happens is people with sociopathic characters that are loners, what happens is all their life, all the way up through the present day, are programmed, they're bombarded by hundreds of messages every day telling them that any activity is only valid if they do it with someone else. Every bit of advertising in the world, every cultural message that you receive, everything is programming you to the fact that any activity you do is only validated if you do it with someone else. Whatever it is, it's multiples. And Yeah, I can remember a good example. I had a season pass for Six Flags in the summer of '78, and I told someone, I'm going to Six Flags tonight, and they said, oh, who are you going with? Well, I wasn't going anyone. I just had a season pass. I'd go out there, and it's a summer evenings, long evenings. I'd just go and people watch, ride rides, do what I wanted to. It was always awkward, a single person getting on a ride. You know, it had 2 seats. But hey, there'd be some other idiot there. Oh, they'd put me with him. And I had a great time. I saw all these people and the colors and sights and sounds of Six Flags. It was great. Summer evenings and everything. And I said, no one, I'm going alone. They go, oh, well, you know. But that's the attitude of society. I mean, when's the last time you went to a movie alone? Okay? Okay, never. Okay? You'd be afraid to. Okay? You'd think people would think you were odd. People are enculturated and programmed to only believe that life is valid if they're doing it with others. So the problem with these poor loners, these sociopaths, is they're so programmed like that in spite of themselves, they don't know themselves. They don't understand that there's no hope for them. They don't understand. They don't understand that they're a round peg in a square hole and that they're never going to fit in. They don't understand that there's no way in the world that they are going to get some real satisfaction out of a human relationship. They don't understand that any human relationship they have will always be less than fulfilling. They don't understand that. And they're trying to be like everyone else, but they're not. So it's, the thing that's so wrenching about it is, number one, 2 things. Number one is, when they're trying to be like everyone else and they're not, what happens is, number one, they're not going to get the satisfaction. They're always going to have an odd disconnect, number one. And number 2, and really the saddest thing is, no matter how much they try to be like everyone else, it's not going to be good enough for everyone else. They're not going to fit in, and they're not going to be accepted. That's terrible. That's terrible.
So that's kind of experience.
Yeah. See, you know, but I didn't understand myself until 21. Actually, when I got a dog. And all of a sudden, I was no longer alone, and I didn't have that wrenching sense of loneliness and being alone, but yet there would be no salvation in the company of others. You're alone, your life is empty, alone, lonely, but there's no salvation or satisfaction in the company of others. It's a terrible. I see many. Those are the worst kind of people. They're tragically unhappy. And
so the restroom right there. Got too much coffee myself.
Hey, we need another cup if there's any of that.
You want another one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what was it like being with kids and then, you know,
now that's the answer.
I
was trying to be normal.
I'm kind of an apartment guy myself, you know, and then
you're not married?
No. Oh. Then you go from you know, your own time, your own thing, to living with a boys, girls.
Yeah, a boy and a girl, and both. You know, I was trying to be normal. But I was involved in fraud. I didn't even have a job. You know, finally she told me, you know, because I was presenting it to her that I was a self-publisher and so forth, and these deals were sponsored and they were real. I even had her picking up money for me at the beginning of our relationship.
Did she catch on to that, or was it?
When she did, she said, "Man, it's not a job. It's a con game," she said. And she was,
did you kind of try to keep that from her, or kind of try to hold it together a little bit as far as not wanting to lose it? But I imagine she wouldn't.
Oh, she probably won. And in the end, I think she's probably the one that turned me in.
Yeah. Turned you in for
fraud and telephone solicitation. After, as soon as we were divorced, I got busted out. I had an office in Decatur. Got busted out by Decatur County. And had a phone room. Yeah, busted me right on out. Took everything. Phone, everything. Except
when was this?
This was in 79.
You got busted in 79? Or?
Yeah, at the end of 79. Right after I divorced.
Did you have any time for it? Or?
Oh, no. It was a misdemeanor. Fraudulent telephone solicitation.
But they didn't give you any of your phones back or your office?
Man, they did all this work on it, including running an undercover officer through the operation. They ran a black female juvenile officer, police officer, through the operation, had her come get a job, work a day there. And then when they came for the arrest, they showed up with crime scene vans with their own boxes.
Now, were you married at the time?
No, we had been divorced just a week or two or a month or whatever. I think our divorce was final in about October the 20th.
How'd that divorce go? Was it kind of, well, with any of you, was it more an amicable thing, like you both decided, or was it?
Yeah, no.
Did you call it quits with her, or did it?
Well, I had, and then she had. She had enough too. I mean, you know. Oh, well, she had been shopping it out by then, and she already had the next guy lined up.
Oh, did she?
Oh, yeah.
How did you react to that?
Well, I had to laugh, you know. I think, you know, these girls stay looking for a husband, and I call it sleeping around.
Yeah, I guess it's all in your perspective.
Yeah. Oh, no, she was fucked out the police department out there already before she met me. Oh, she was fucked the captain.
Did she tell you this, or is it
oh,
just
yeah.
you kind of learned on the way?
Oh, no, she told me. Oh, no, she was crazy. God, Lord.
Like how?
She was, one of her boyfriends was making, not a police officer, but one of her boyfriends was making 8 millimeter, you know, they had, you know, well, they didn't have the video, very little video right there, and was making 8 millimeter films of her dancing nude, you know.
How did that come up in conversation with the new husband?
Oh, that's the way it always is. Don't you know that? If you go on with someone, sooner or later, and typically the chick, because she's the one that's got the pussy and can fuck anytime she wants, sooner or later it comes around to all the people I've fucked. It always ends up that way. Don't you know that? Yeah. Sure. Anytime you have a relationship, you go on with someone that sooner or later, there's who else have you fucked, and almost invariably, at least with the chicks I go with, they want to tell you. You know, and the reason why.
Obviously, I missed out on an important part of the conversation.
I mean, and the reason why is that you see, and there's a fine distinction, for women to threaten to give it away, their pussy, I mean, and for them to let you know that they could give it away, and they have given it away, increases the value of it. However, there's marketing. But a sophisticated woman understands that to threaten to give it away increases the value, and actually giving it away to someone else decreases the value. And some women aren't smart enough to know the difference, and they fuck up that way.
Was that Sue, or?
They all do that. They all do that. You know how they do it? You know, the nice girls do? Are you married?
Yes.
Okay. The nice girls, you know how they do it? They say, either you marry me, or forget about it, I'm going to find someone else. That's the threatening to give it away. That is what it is, okay? And that's how they get men to do what they want them to do.
Oh, yeah.
Always, yeah. Either you do what I want, or in the end, I'm going to give it to someone else. Yeah. And you see, that part of my dislike, or I wouldn't call it hatred, but almost, for women, is that they have all the advantages.
That gets stacked against it.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. And so I finally came to the conclusion, I mean, the last piece of ass I had, except for rape here, was in 89. Was in January of 89. And I never...
You kind of dropped out of the game there.
I was never so happy after I did that. Oh, yeah. Well, once you stop getting led around by the dick, and we all are, dirt like a fucking animal.
Oh,
you know? All of us are. That's right. That's why we become less than men. That's why we start doing a woman's agenda. Hey, listen, how many little 9-year-old boys have said to the little girls, oh, you know, I would like you to get your toy tea set out, and let's have a tea, and let's get our dollies here, and have tea with our dollies. You've never seen a boy do that. But that's what a woman wants you to do as an adult, is to play house. Okay? And to have children. How many 9-year-old boys, now, don't get me wrong, I understand that for many men, having children is the greatest thing in their life. But nevertheless, how many 9-year-old boys have you known that have said, oh, you know, I don't want to be a soldier, a pilot, or an astronaut. I want to grow up and have a family. Bullshit. Okay? That's not what men are about. Okay? But in the end, puberty happens. The hormones rise. We start getting led around by our days.
You get that tax break.
And in the end, we become women. You look at any married couple, virtually. When I say any, that's a big word, but, virtually any married couple, especially the other one. And what you have is not a man and a woman. You have two women. And one of them has a penis. And he's the designated dick, It's like, honey, can you give me my dick back tonight, And you have two women doing the things that a woman wants to do and having the values that a woman has and leading a woman's agenda with the so-called man given permission to do symbolic, almost ritual things that make him the man. It may be whatever. It may be having his collection of Snap-on tools in the garage. It may be his hunting. It could be his fishing or his hunting. These are symbolic, ritualistic things that they're allowed to do to say they're the men. And even generally the toughest of men, roughest and toughest, generally they go home to a soft house, to a soft woman's environment, to a nicey. Look at those damn Muslims we're fighting. Man, they sit against a damn mud wall on their damn ass, eating fucking shit with their hands, and there ain't no pictures on the wall because they can't have pictures. It's forbidden to by Muslims. And they're tough as fucking nails. They're thin, they're wiry. They eat a handful of mud every day and they shit once a week. They sit on the fucking floor. Man, and here, our so-called men, they go home to cushy and everything's nicey and it's all got the woman's touch and everything. There's two women there. You look at any man's home. You look at any man's, I'll ask you a question in a minute. You ain't look at any man's home. It ain't a man's home. It's a woman's home. And what is this man thing? Having a nice lawn. Oh, Jesus Christ, give me a fucking break. Out there cutting grass and digging in the dirt like a fucking animal.
All your travels and camping and stuff, you get by yourself, you get a lot of time to think. And
that's the thing. People
have a lot of insight now.
Lawyers and everyone else ask me constantly, how come you're so seemingly intelligent? Are you well-read? Are you well-educated? You're right. You hit it right on the head. That's very perceptive of you. The reason I'm so seemingly intelligent is that I, alone amongst almost anyone, including you dudes, have time to actually stop and think about things. You don't have time to stop and think about things. You are so busy distracting yourself because you're running from really the reality of this situation, which is you're going to fucking die. And you are so busy just frantically, desperately distracting yourself with every kind of thing in the world, including your work. Now, again, I'm not judging you. I mean, you're just human beings. That's all you are. You're just human beings, and God bless you. I mean, if there is, Lord, I'm not judging you, but I'm just saying, you're so embedded in this matrix that you live in that you can't even see it. Again, I'll refer you back to what the advertised. Get the Persuaders, PBS.com, two 1-hour shows called The Persuaders on Advertising. An academic saying, in other words, this is academic thought, not orthodox academic thought. He says, the goal of advertisers has always been not only to suffuse the atmosphere, but to be the atmosphere, and to leave us no way out of or around the world they have created for us. That's orthodox academic thought. If you studied advertising and got a degree in it, that's what you would learn. That the goal is to be the atmosphere and to leave us no way out of or around the world they've created for us. And they succeeded. You are so embedded matrix of culture, you don't even know it. Sociologists as early as the late 70s, and certainly by 1982, were dealing with the concept of virtual reality, of hyper-reality, and the fact that we are so divorced because of all these distractions that we have entered, because of this totally artificial world and environment of thought that we built around us, that we can't know what's real, and we shouldn't even try. And you can't. And so you don't. You're just too busy distracted. You don't even know. and you can't see the horse go with. But that's the thing. You hit right on it. The reason I seem to be intelligent is I alone, amongst very few people, have the time to think. And when you're into hiking, when you're into running, and you're hiking every day, or you're walking your dog every day, 2 or 3 hours, and you're walking and walking, right? You got to stay heads up and watch the dog and make sure you don't get run over. And it's always like a combat patrol, and that you're going to have to fight at any time. You may hear the clickety-clack of dog nails behind you and spin around, and there's a shepherd in your face ready to rumble, okay? So it is that kind of combat patrol kind of thing, but otherwise, you got time to think. That's one of my personalities. I'm a philosopher, I'm a soldier, I'm a scientist, and I'm an artist. And those are all distinct personality types that represent distinctly different things. And I'm all of them. And what it really is 2 opposing pairs. You have the rational, intellectual soldier and the scientist, the coldly rational soldier, the coldly irrational scientist. The scientist, if it can't be demonstrated, it doesn't exist. It's only a theory. You got to show me the facts in science, okay? So those 2 are the cold irrational ones. The artist and the philosopher are interested more in the textures and the why and wherefores behind it, you see.
So you're having a balance between the 2.
I have all those there, and it's not as complex as it sounds. If you if you're aware that I'm a soldier, a scientist, an artist, and a philosopher, if you're aware of that, then I'm a very simple person. Even though I may seem to be a startling juxtaposition of,
What's your artistic side? What do you mean by artist?
Well, by artist, I mean truly in the sense of being an artist, in that you see everything in terms of not the linear, but the impression of it, and so forth. And as far as the medium goes, I'm an artist that people ask me, I tell them I'm an artist, and they say, well, what's your medium? Are you a sculptor? No, my art is my life, and my art is weird. Go. Laugh!
No.
I'm an artist. My art is my life, and my art is weird.
I'm actually buying into this.
Of course, it's true. It's all true. When it's true, it's real. Everything I'm telling you is true. Everything I'm telling you is real.
I'm actually buying into this.
Of course, it's true. It's all true. When it's true, it's real. Everything I'm telling you is true. Everything I'm telling you is real. It exists. It's true.
Well, what I'm saying is you say your life is your medium,
and it's done for an audience of one. Because the rest of the world, they can't really understand. People see me, and I delight in presenting a fantastic spectacle to people in terms of my technicality. I'm all teched out. I'm strapped with every kind of layer of equipment just to be walking. Because I need it. That's why. When you're 4 or 5 miles from your house, you better have a pair of tweezers if your dog gets up. You better have a compression bandage in case he slices his leg open or you knock a thing in there. If you don't have a compression bandage, and you do something like this, okay, it'll bleed as you're walking. It'll bleed. It won't stop. It'll fill your shoe or boot up with blood if you don't have a compression bandage. So, and I present this fantastical spectacle to people. But I understand. They can't understand it because it's so fantastical. It's kind of like the Lone Ranger. And the Lone Ranger would come galloping into town. There would be all the schmuck townspeople, right? And here the Lone Ranger would be wearing this mask, a skin-tight outfit, a really elaborate 2-gun rig mounted with silver with chrome pistols, and just a theatrical outfit. He'd be mounted on this beautiful palomino. He'd have this trippy Indian named Tonto with him. You know what I'm talking about? And if the Lone Ranger would ride out again, what would they always say about the Lone Ranger? You don't remember it, but not. They would always say,
"Who was that masked man?"
Yeah, who was that masked man? Okay, that's what I do to society.
Well, let me ask you.
They can't get their mind around it even. That's why they remember me. That's why I can't go anywhere without 100 people calling in. I bet there's people that have called in that met me one time over 10 years ago for 5 minutes and remembered me.
You're absolutely right. Which brings up something interesting that you're talking about, and why, you know, one thing I'm curious about.
What?
You bumped into a Cherokee County deputy up on some private hunting property back in it was October or something, and that was widely publicized after after we caught up with one another. And
did you hear? Did he get on tape my joke about deer hunters?
Yeah.
What's the 3 reasons the deer hunters? Yeah. I made that up. I'm a comedian too.
Well, see, I mean, you threw it out there to him that you were what do you throw out there?
That's my standard. I finally realized what I was doing.
Is it?
I'm doing this day after day, and I finally realized it about
You're not combat patrols where you got to stay alert on.
Well, it's not, combat patrols, and that's it, and land navigation. It's exactly it. Mm-hmm. Every time I go out walking my dog, every time I go out walking my dog, I'm like a police officer. I understand that there's a significant chance that before I come home, I'm going to be fighting for my life.
Right.
Every time I walk my dog anywhere.
Right.
You know why? Because go and take a 7-mile run through neighborhoods. You'll see you hear 1 million dogs barking. Well, all it takes is one gate left open, one door left open. I got a Rottweiler this big. One time, I'd run a route for over 10 years, and I never knew the dog was there. And I'm passing by a house, and I hear a guy go yelling, "Bad dog! Bad dog! Bad dog!" And I look, and that was his dog's name. It was a big-ass Rottweiler coming for me. He had gotten loose out of the house, and that was the dog's name, Bad Dog. I mean, that's the way it is, man. You know, it's like police work. You know, I mean, 90 minutes of boredom and 10 minutes of utter, pucker up shit, man. Right? But it's happened so much, though. I have fought so, and again, I say fighting. I shape the situation rather than kick ass. Because if you kick ass, it's going to ruin your day, regardless. Even if you're right, it may not go your way. You don't have a bad, so So anyway, I realized that about 1995 or so, I realized that that's what I'm doing. I do just like you do on, for instance, we were mechanized too, in addition to being airborne, which meant we had armored personnel carriers, the M113, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And that's typical mechanized stuff. You get in the track, you drive somewhere, you unaft, you form a perimeter, you run a patrol, you come back, you unload again, move. It's just a war of movement, You move, get out. You don't hang around that track. It's a good target, You don't sit in the damn track. You get out anytime it stops, because you're going to be safer in there. RPG will take that track out, man. It's got an 80-gallon gas tank. Whoa. And that's what I was doing with the truck, with the dog. I'd get in the truck or a vehicle, move, get out, get my shit together, run a patrol, come back, eat, sleep, move, get out, get my shit together, run a patrol. And I finally realized that I was just on perpetual field maneuvers. And I said, well, ain't much of a life, but hell, it's a life.
Well, when you throw that stuff out like that, I'm trying to figure out. You call it artistry or whatever.
Well, you might call it insanity.
No. I'm not saying that. No, I don't think you're insane. But no,
no.
What I'm getting at is it almost like a little acting on your behalf to, I don't know, kind of steer this law enforcement officer away from you, or?
Well, with him, no. I was being perfectly candid with him. I steered him away from me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what.
Well, here's the thing. Police officers are individuals, so of course they're going to run across the whole spectrum of human behavior. But
right.
there's a large number of police officers that are highly experienced,
right.
and that they are pros,
right.
and they recognize a pro when they see a pro.
Right.
And I'm a pro.
Right.
Okay. I'm not some bum out there sleeping in my van.
Right.
I'm a pro.
Right.
He saw my map collection because I was showing him maps, man. I got a. And these are just the maps I carry.
Right.
I got a 36-gallon Rubbermaid container full of maps.
Right.
Area maps, topo maps, every kind of map. Okay,
You're not just laying around your training.
I got a map collection that's so exotic. I mean, it's wild. It's got every kind of area map everywhere from Shining Rock Wilderness to all the way down to Ocala National Forest in Florida. I can pull out any map, and I got TOPA, actual USGS TOPA map, so much of the North Georgia area, every kind of map. I got Cherokee National Forest, Monongahela National, every national forest. Not only that, I have multiples of many of them. Because you lose a map and you only have one map. I've done it. It screws you up. It's hard to get another one too.
Well, in the interest of time, if you don't care, let's go back to, where did we get up to? The early 80s?
About 1980. Mm-hmm.
Early 80s?
Right after the divorce.
You were still in Atlanta at that time? And you were back?
Yeah. And when I got busted, I had to go straight for 6 months. I got a job.
What did you get arrested for?
Fraudulent telephone solicitation. It was a misdemeanor then, though. Now it's a felony.
What type of telephone fraud were you doing at that point?
Well, the usual. Georgia Veterans Journal, Georgia Inspectors Journal, Southeast Regional Council, Georgia Youth Sport Project. You know, back then, the BBB had a list of charities that were not approved for giving. They didn't say disapproved. They just said not approved for giving. Don't meet their guidelines or wouldn't respond is what it was. They were on one sheet, and it was just tiny little type. So you had like 3-4 columns. So you had like probably 300 charities on this one sheet, 250 charities. Well, I was like, just me was like 4 or 5 of them was on that, and they were me, Southeast Regional Council, the Georgia Christian. I call it the Georgia Christian Index because just out of my subconscious I came up with that, but actually the name of it turned out that the name of the official Southern Baptist publication is the Christian Index, and I call it mine Southeast Regional Council because somewhere out of my subconscious I had seen Southern Regional Council, which is a decades-old organization, quasi-government, that kind of thing. And somewhere I'd heard that, and thinking I had no a priori knowledge of that, I thought I came up with it on my own, Southeast, but it was pretty damn close.
What year was that you got arrested for that?
79.
79?
Yeah, probably about November.
And
so I pled that out, and I went and got a job. I had to quit they took everything, and everything, and did a search warrant on my house too. And so I got a job for about 6 months. I got a job till July. And by then I was long divorced.
What kind of job?
On the phone selling industrial chemicals.
Okay.
Long distance on a watch line. Back then they had wide area telephone service, dedicated long distance lines back then.
Right.
And got that job, kept that.
What was the name of that place?
It's no longer existent. Chem manufacturer, KDM.
So that was what, like right after you got out, so 81-ish, like the beginning of 81, or?
Right.
If you got picked up in November.
Oh, no, I in 1980 I went, in July, I kept that till July of 1980.
Okay.
And then what did you do?
Went back to my old habits. Well, tough holding the job now. Yeah.
Where were you?
I asked a guy one time in DeKalb County Jail. It was in '79. I was in there on that bus. The guy was telling me his life story. These were all of them were white guys at the time, And if you'd have told me, one day DeKalb County would be majority black, that would have been the furthest thing from my mind. This was back then. DeKalb County was a white suburban county. DeKalb County Jail, this guy was telling me the story of his life, and it was just, a tragedy. The guy was getting in. He's a recidivist, okay? And so I asked him, some of the truest words ever spoken. I asked him, well, why? Why do you keep doing this? Well, why? Why? And he said, because I can't get up and go to work. And, if that describes most criminals, I mean, you could say a criminal is someone that breaks the law, gets away with it, and keeps doing it until he gets caught. That's a good definition. But another good definition is one that can't get up and go to work in the morning. That's the artist. Don't you understand? That's the artist in me. Artists don't get up and go to work in the morning. Artists. That's why they call them con artists. Right? So, okay, anyway, okay. Look, I started doing that, and I kept doing it through the 80s. I took a bus in 87. My GCIG, or my computer printout, has it set by taken, but the actual charge was set by deception, T by D. Misdemeanor again.
Right.
The woman lured me over there to Dunwoody, Mount Vernon Road in Ashford, Dunwoody, right in the heart of Dunwoody. A fucking yuppie woman lured me over there to pick up a $25 check, and then kept me waiting for the check. She was really good. She was pretending she was on the phone, and she would come out and let me see her on the phone. Kept me waiting there for 30 minutes, you know. When I told my criminal friends about it, they said, "Oh, I could never sit there waiting for 30 minutes." Taught me a lesson. Yeah. And they showed up to Cobb County North again, and they showed up, arrested me. They got the check. They got the woman complaining. They found my car. Okay, the car I was driving was a stolen car.
Right.
It had been stolen from a rental company that I'd been renting from. And
what kind of car was it?
Chevy. It was 1986. Chevy, not Cavalier, not Citation. Oh, there was a million of these cars. Anyway, it's a generic rental car. Chevy Euro Sport. And I had been renting these cars from them.
Mm-hmm.
14 a day, unlimited mileage. That was a killer.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I could go out and, you know, if I tell you all my stuff I had to pick up, I could just rent the thing once a week and go put 200 miles on it for 7 cents a mile. You can't, you know, you can get something for 7 cents a mile, just jump on it, you know, because, you know, your car's going to cost you 30 cents, you know. It is, you know, these days it will. So I did that. Not only that, if I rented on a Friday, they used a key drop. They were closed on Saturdays and Sundays, and they were at storefront, snappy rental cars, storefront shopping centers. And so if I rented on a Friday, I had no way of determining when I brought it in. I'd bring it back Sunday night. So it was sweet, but they finally stopped that. And I had it, and I had a bunch of rental forms that, you know, from actually renting the cars.
Mm-hmm.
They were like the third copy. You couldn't read them anyway.
Right.
And that was not only a proof of ownership, but it was also proof of insurance. They'd check off if you had purchased insurance check. And so I just drove it on that, had dealer drive-out tags on it. And at that time, dealer drive-out tags were just not the issue. They were just the old, you know, Joe Jones Chevrolet.
Right.
There's a big thing on there. I mean, one time a cop in Tennessee, in a state park, High Falls State Park in Tennessee, I was up there with a stolen car, and park police or police officer, some jurisdiction saw me, and he followed me and followed me and followed me. I knew he was following me inside this park. And I was going to the office to pick up a map there, so I pulled in and parked, and I got out, and he pulled in and got out, was walking in, and he says, "Is that what y'all have in Georgia there, those things?" I said, yeah, that's what they use. He said, "Well, it's no good for police work." I'm thinking, little does he know, we're just in a car.
When was that?
87 or 80. I drove that car till 80. I drove it for years.
Wait a minute, when did you rent it?
Oh, you mean stole it? 86.
Oh, okay.
I drove it in 89. The first day I used it, the reason I used it is I drove it for years.
Wait a minute, when did you rent it?
Oh, you mean stole it? 86.
Oh, okay.
I drove it in 89. The first day I used it, the reason I used it is I just took it and stored it in Midtown, and would keep it washed, run it through the car wash. You're not going to charge me with this, are you?
No. The days you run out, man.
It's just a little story. Anyway, I kept the stats. But anyway, I broke my arm running. I broke my arm running. I was running along running in Midtown. I was going along a rock wall about 9 feet over a parking lot, and one of the rocks was loose, and I fell off of it and fell all the way down to the pavement, and really broke my arm real bad right here. And then the next year I broke it by falling off a mountain bike, same place. But it was bad the first time, displaced fracture, et cetera, et cetera. And so my other car, I had this old Ford, 77 Ford, power steering was broken, so I couldn't drive it with one hand with that. So, and that's the reason I've been renting them anyway, because my car was so decrepit, it looked so bad. Anyway, so I
what kind of car was it? A Ford?
77 Ford LTD, yeah, big old monster.
Like a cop car?
Yeah. But
It wasn't blue, was it?
No, it was
I didn't have light rack on
it. The paint was all scaled. It was horrible looking. But anyway, the first day I drove the Chevy Cavalier. No. Still not ringing right. Anyway, the first day I drove it, the very first day I drove it to work in, I was out picking up my fraudulent money, and on the McGinnis Ferry Road, State Patrol, Highway Patrol had a road check there. Came along, and right where you cross the Chattahoochee River on the east side of the river, they had a road check set up. And you really couldn't see it because they were kind of in dead space or something. Well, that's the way they had it, of course, so you can't see it 2 miles away. Still would be good, of course, if you turned around, they'd be after you. But anyway, yeah, I drove into it. I was just in it before I knew it. I went gulp. And this is before the computerized insurance, so you had to have proof of insurance, too. And he said, proof of insurance, driver's license. So I flipped in my forged contract, which you couldn't read anyway. It was a carbon copy, the date was just illegible, but the legible part was that I had insurance and my name and address on it. And I kind of half-assed erased the date. It was carbon anyway, so yeah, it looked real. It's just like the third carbon on something. But you could see it was my name and address and that I had purchased insurance because that box was checked, proof of insurance. And so I handed that my driver's license. He didn't even look at it. He just shot it back to me, returned mail. Thinking like that. Oh, jeez. And I drove that car for 3 more years. Until I bought a truck. I bought a Mazda. But
when did you get the Mazda?
89.
So you got it at 86 and you drove that way?
Well, I started driving it. I had it stored for several months until I broke my arm, and then I just started driving it. And once I went through that road check, it was okay. And it did have the drive-out tags on it, but all those celebrities, that's what it was, a celebrities. Eurosport, yeah, nice car. Those cars had a great design. The trunk was just a box. You could take a bike and just take the front wheel off and put a bicycle right in the trunk. I mean, and it was just a box, a 4-door, just beautiful, usable space, sporty enough. Good handling, good performance. They were just, crumbly built. But once I ran through that road check, I said, hey. Oh, but anyway, it had the drive-out tag, so it was supposedly a new car. But they all looked the same in those years. Also, they used the same design all the way through 89, or even through 90. Yeah, through 90 because, and I was living in an apartment on 11th Street, right on Piedmont Park. Right on the park. And so once I ran through that road check, hey. Oh, and I kept it washed. I always made sure I kept it clean so it looked new.
Did you have any roommates back around that time or anything?
No.
You by yourself?
All the time I've had a roommate was that time with that, twice. A guy named John Moss back in 82. I lived with him for about 6 months. And Chris Johnson, who called in telling, again, one of the people that called in 12 years later to lash me. Chris, you know, that was in the article called Misfit with a Mean Streak. And that was really a hatchet job. He said I drifted around for North Georgia for a decade. Jesus Christ. And from 97 to 2007, except for a 6-month break, I worked for 10 years. I worked for the same company. Mm-hmm. And for 9 years, I lived at the same address, checking on DMV. And they're making me out to be some drifter. I worked for the same company 10 years and at the same address for 9 years prior to my rent.
Since 97?
Yeah.
97
I started there, and in 98 I lived there, started living there.
Right.
And in 2001 I had a 6-month break. I was away from it.
What did you do for that?
Work for another company. The guy was stealing from me the whole time, and It was a shame, real shame. We all, even guys like myself that are just totally sociopathic, we still need some human to trust.
Right.
Even if we're not close to them.
Right.
To trust them, even if it's a business associate. And I chose to trust him. And that's why John Taylor.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I got away with it, you see. It's because when you choose to trust someone, it's kind of a dimming of awareness. It's like with your spouse. You're in love with your spouse, so you dress them up in your love. And you make them quite often into something that they really weren't, even though
a pedestal on us.
That's what I mean. Dress them. Cyndi Lauper put out a song. You remember Cyndi Lauper, and just dress them up in my love. And I thought that's a good line. Yeah, yeah. And quite often people find that their spouses really weren't who they themselves made them out to be.
Right.
And they find that their spouses were looking them in the eye for the whole 10 years and saying, honey, I love you. There'll never be another one. And sleeping with them and being intimate with them. And the whole time sharing their body and their life and their emotions with some other woman or some other man. It's an all too common story. It's psychopathic behavior, but everyone does it. Because one of my favorite observations that I've come to learn through my philosophical insight is that personal integrity is so hard to judge because everyone has different degrees of integrity according to what they're doing and who they're doing it with. And ain't that the truth? We all do.
Yeah.
We all do. We all do. Well, maybe you guys always have integrity, but whether you're a preacher or some outstanding member of the community, I think I used the example with one of you driving up here. I think both of you were with me, weren't you? Didn't both of you drive me up to Union Cabin?
Just him.
I thought you were with me too. Well, you were in the back seat when we were talking about hiking. Yeah, do I remember my shit or what?
I switched from boots to shoes, actually.
Great. And do yourself a favor. Well, modern hiking shoes generally have a good padding, but consider are your shoes plenty big enough?
All right.
Okay. If you're ever having any trouble at all with plantar or your bottoms of your feet getting sore, the feet themselves.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Make sure you put a pad under them. Oh, did we? Okay. Yeah, get a double thick pad. Yeah. Some people say they need the ankle support. Well, that's for them to judge, but I didn't need it. Now remember, when you roll that ankle, go with it. Stress relief. Don't go all the way down, but don't fight it either. Just go down. Relieve the stress. You know. What?
So, the 90s was pretty much the same deal. You were staying in an apartment up until...
No. I went homeless in early 90.
Early 90?
Yeah, the reason I went homeless is I was being investigated once again, yet again, by the police.
For the same thing?
Yeah. And I knew what went down. I was hiring people to go out and collect.
Right.
And they were not cognizant of the reality of the situation. They thought it was for real. Naturally. Can't put that in the paper and hire people to say this is a congregation. Now, I had a whole story that I'd give to make it real. This is out, King James production out of, mine and Georgia Veterans Journal, and I handle this once a year for them. They have this project, I do it. So I'm using you and all these, et cetera, And here I am working out of an apartment. I kept 3 phones in an apartment, in all my apartments. And several times a year I would hire people to come in and call my taps, as they're called, accounts. And the reason I did is because I can only talk to them 3 or 4 times a year. They recognize my voice. And ditto with picking them up. I could only pick them up 3 or 4 times a year, even wearing disguises, And so I have to have a new voice and a new face to pick them up. So I was using a collector. The collector failed to come in. And I started calling around roommates, parents, and I started getting the vibes. Something had happened. And by then now it's happened. And by then now it's sort of later at night. And, police officers are like anyone else. They like to work regular hours if they can. So I knew they wouldn't be there until the next morning, more than likely. So I got up real early the next morning. Got all my stuff out of the apartment that was sensitive. And I had a storage locker. And went and put it in the storage locker. Then as I came back, I parked my car in Midtown. And I approached through Piedmont Park. and sneaked up on the dead end of 11th Street and peered over the embankment. And there were two plainclothes officers. Oh, and I left a note on my apartment door. Back soon, please wait. Right? And waiting, they were in guess what, a Chevy Celebrity. That's what Atlanta plainclothes police used during all those years. Chevy Celebrities, same as mine. As a matter of fact, that Celebrity was white and it looked so much like a police car, because the police used it all during those years, that I would go over in the African American side of town. There was no place I wouldn't pick up. So I'd be picking up black liquor stores in the heart of darkness over there, places where Simpson Street, all these places, places where a white person to walk down the street would be, you'd be scalped. You'd be fucking scalped. I just bossed, and I'd act like a police officer. I'd get out, I'd drive up in that car, ultimately, I'd have the invoice in my hand in an envelope. Well, I had the mindset that this was a warrant or a subpoena, and I was a cop. And, you know, and I looked like a cop, you know, because I was well built, and then I carried myself like a cop. I drive up in this plainclothes police car, get out, you know, like I owned the damn place. I got my court order in my hand, and I go in there and pick up my $5. I'm telling you, I go into risk my life to do it. Anyway, more than once I've gotten out of. I'll tell you one time I got out of the car, slammed the door, and a black guy. It's a liquor store, and you know how they hang around there. I got to run a gauntlet of black guys hanging around in front of the liquor store. I got to walk right through them. Okay, that's what you call occupying your space. That's what you call officer presence. Okay, I had a guy one time. I got out of that car and he was in front of a liquor store. He put his hands up and he said, "Okay, you got me." I said, "I don't want you." He thought I was there for him.
Did you carry any weapons with you? I mean,
No.
I'd had a gun, but
Well, no, because I was convicted felon at the time. I got a felony diazepam conviction in '84. We didn't go over that, but it's on my record.
Right.
You'll also see a concealed weapon conviction, or it's called. I was convicted of that. It was dropped. I had a permit.
Right.
I had a weapons permit. And no, what I was doing is I was walking around an apartment complex, looted out on diazepam loose, with a pistol in my fucking hand, a .25, looking for the maintenance guy to collect the debt for the girl that I had fucked the night before, whose husband was out of town. And I walked right into the looted totally out. Walked right into the apartment rental office with a .25 in my hand. I had my little date book and I had it pressed up against that, so I wasn't carrying it like that. But it was out. I thought my shit was so good looking for this guy. I was going to collect $12 from him. I booked the chick the night before who was my dealer for the Quaaludes, who was a musician out of town. Right, and so that's how I got busted, because Forest Park Police responded, flagged me down as I was driving out with the chick in the car. The chick was messing with her purse and got it upended, and about 100 pills spilled out of her purse. You know, it was get out of the car time then, and I was so fucked up. But anyway, so the charge was diazepam and marijuana and the pistol, but I had a permit for the pistol. Believe it or not. But I got the felony conviction on diazepam. Any amount of diazepam was a felony, is a felony. Anyhow.
So
And so I was convicted felon, and so carrying a pistol on any kind of bust would have made it 30 times as bad, because I've weathered a couple of free busts and a half a dozen investigations on the fraud, you know, and I can do that. I can handle that, but not firing by felon. You know. Oh, probably half a dozen times I found out I was being investigated. I've called one of my accounts up, and one of my taps up that I've been calling, 4 times a year for 10 years. Hello, it's me again. Hello, it's me again, Georgia Veterans. Or, hey there, Georgia Inspector General. Oh, is that who you are this time? Yeah. $10. Okay. Go there to pick it up. Store owner would look up and say, "Oh, it's him again. He couldn't get anyone to come for him. He's done come himself." And I'd walk up. Oh, they asked me to pick this up, like I've never seen him before. They'd start making out the check. Their manager would say, "What's that for?" And they'd say, "Don't ask." They know it was a game. They still give it to me. It was amazing. It was just totally amazing. But anyway, no, they didn't carry a gun. Anyway, no, they didn't carry a gun. I don't even know where I was going with that, except, yeah. Okay, but so the collector was out, and I knew something. I knew they'd been busted. Something had happened. And I knew they'd be there for me the next morning. I sneaked up, looked. There was 2 plainclothesmen and a celebrity. And it's so funny, I had the craziest urge to walk up and verify that they were the police, even though I knew they were. I damn sneaked up to avoid them. And I knew they were, and I just had the craziest urge to do so. But I didn't. I sneaked back off and went over to my lawyer's house and stayed. And so later, several days later, within a day or two, they served a search warrant on that apartment and turned it upside down. They left the search warrant tacked to the inside there. But an arrest warrant was never issued, because what they were going to do, of course, is search, had probable cause, then arrest. Mm-hmm. But they searched, they didn't have probable cause, no warrant was ever issued. But I was out of that apartment, and I couldn't go back, obviously. So I went homeless.
You went homeless?
In 1990. I started living in storage.
In storage?
In storage loft, yeah. And I lived in storage for 8.5 years.
8.5?
Same storage place, or?
Yep. And I would stay about 75 days a year in a Motel 6, free local phone. 75, 100 days a year. Mm-hmm. Free local phone, and Motel 6s then were $17, $18, $19, $20 a day.
Do you remember what storage facility?
Yeah.
Well, 8.5 years, I'm sure you remember.
Oh yeah, it went through several incarnations. It was Hack and Stack. Now it's a SureGuard storage in Jimmy Carter in
Gwinnett?
Yeah, Norcross, right on the county line, I guess. Yeah, a couple of times I had to leave for a while, lay low, and be truly homeless, and then I'd get back in.
What's the address on that?
I don't know.
Just down off Jimmy Carter?
Yeah.
County line?
Jimmy Carter and Singleton Road.
Singleton Road? Right on the corner? East side? Okay. And that was probably all the way up through, you say, 98?
Yeah.
Is that when you got on with John?
Or moved in at John's. I've been working with John since 97.
97?
Okay. John lived there.
Right.
Before he got married.
Right.
And he got married in late 97.
Right.
And he wouldn't let me go in for a while, but he did. He needed me too bad. I left him in early 97 and stayed gone several months, and he needed me real bad, so he let me move in. By the way, you can tell John Tabor that I'm the one that killed the girl. Okay, I'm the one that killed her, but the reason she's dead, I want you to tell Tabor this. The reason she's dead, now I killed her, okay, but the reason she's dead is that when I called him on Wednesday, I guess, or Thursday, Thursday, or whenever. When I called him, that girl was alive. Mm-hmm. She was in my van. Yeah. She was in the parking lot at the whole house. And it's just like when I gave the girl's body up when I realized that I had been caught fair and square. Mm-hmm. That's what I told you, because they had me under kidnapping, and it was going to stick, but the evidence was good. Right out of the dumpster. It was just a smoking gun. They had me. And on a kidnapping charge, it's the same as a life sentence for me. It's either 30 years for first degree or life with bodily harm. So I was getting a life sentence, and they had that. And so there was no real use in keeping the girl's body except not to be charged with murder and everything. And I did it under those things because they had me, and I did it for the girl's family.
Right.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is I gave the girl's body up because you had me.
Right.
You had me fair and square, and I was getting life.
But you were talking about Tabor.
Okay, but Tabor. Mm-hmm. So the same thing applied at that time. The girl was alive. Mm-hmm. And if Tabor hadn't been such a little smartass, he's such a girl. These yuppies are all, we got a little nation of tattletales here. These guys are such, he is a bisexual. Yeah. He works the big, that huge Transport City parking lot, truck stop in Douglas County. These are cities within themselves, 500 trucks. They got it's a small metropolis of truckers. They got stores, all for truck. Yeah, he goes and works that. He works restrooms. Yeah, I get to that kind of stuff. And, he is. But at any rate, if Tabor, instead of trying to trap me, I called Tabor up and I told him I needed money, and I wanted to start working again for him. And I was really sincere in trying to start work again for him, because I saw that this robber shit wasn't getting it, because I hadn't gotten any money off her. I hadn't gotten a dime. I had spent money on her. I had $45 to my name, and I'd spent $30 of it driving all over North Georgia trying to work her ATM card on the bogus number she gave me. I've lost money on that deal, And so Tabor has to be coy and, carry it all the way, ask for $800. Well, I don't know if I can give you that. I said, well, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay, I'll leave you a check. Yeah, he's such a damn girl, just a smart ass yuppie. If Tabor, trust me, tell Tabor this. If he hadn't been trying to entrap me, he wanted, come and get it at the office. He was just setting a trap for me. He's the one that called him to begin with. He had already seen that on TV and called him and said it was me. He's the person that turned me in, apparently. Although I don't worry about that, because if it wasn't Tabor, it would have been someone else within a couple of days. There's too many law enforcement officers in North Georgia, Forest Service officers that know I carry a bat, an expanding bat, that are very familiar with me, including the people out of Union County there, and all the WMAs. I had plenty of income. Anyway, if Tabor had said, instead of trying to entrap me, what's the use of that? Really. Because if they knew who I am, they're going to catch me anyway. It's just if Tabor had said, hey, Gary, they know it's you. They know it's you. They're onto you. They're looking for you now. Because I wasn't in the paper that day. I joked about it with a girl. This was the second day or third day I'd had her, second or third day I'd had her, and she still wasn't in the paper. I said, something, no one's even missed you. And she said, well, I'd be mad if once you let me go, and I came back, and my boyfriend said, have you been gone? She said, we were laughing about it, because nothing had appeared in the paper. It was like she hadn't even, I said, they haven't even reported you missing. Yeah, it was like the second or third day, or the third day after she went missing, something like that, the day before she was killed, okay? The day before she was killed. Tabor had already turned me in, but it hadn't hit the papers yet. Okay, it hit the papers on Friday. I got that, and I was on the front page. Well, I saw that article like 2 hours after I killed him. Right. If I had bought a paper that morning on Friday instead of that afternoon, she would have been alive. Because my picture's on the front page, a color picture on the front page of the AJC, looking for me and everything. I wouldn't have killed her. For Pete's sake, no. And the same holds true with Tabor. If Tabor had just said, instead of trying to be a smart ass and lay a trap for me, say he's got to carry it all. These people are such women. That's what women are always doing. The dogs are running loose. I spray their dog. What do? They call the police. Okay. The police come and say he's got a right to defend himself. Your dog. Anytime a woman or a person says to a police officer, start a story with, well, my dog was running loose. Well, they're already wrong. Right there. They're in violation right there. You know what I'm talking about? They're wrong, and the police officer. Anyway, if Tabor had just said, hey, Gary, that hiker, because she wasn't in the paper. I bought a paper there. I just bought a paper in the gas station before I went there and looked in the paper. They didn't have a payphone at the gas station I bought the paper at, so I went across to the Huddle House to use the phone. I was within looking distance of where I bought the paper. I'd already looked in the paper. I showed her the paper. I said, they haven't even reported you missing yet. You're not even in the paper, right? If Tabor had just said, Gary, they know it's you. They're looking for you. The girl would be alive. Girl, listen, the reason for killing the girl, it was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught. It's as simple as that. In my situation, look at me. I got the dog. I got the van. I'm me. I'm famous anyway, regardless. And I knew it. Once you've taken someone, you either kill them or you get caught. If you release them, you're going to get caught. I mean, am I right or not? If I would have been sure.
mouth, right?
Well, she's seen the van, she's seen the tag, she's seen the dogs, she's seen, all she has to do, they have to put that out, and 10,000 people will be caught, including Tabor. He was just the first one, you know. Of course I knew it. You either kill him or you get caught, okay? But if you're already caught, there's no use in killing him. I didn't kill him because for any satisfaction. It was distasteful. It was dreadful. Trust me, it was. Of course, I was able to do it because of my general rage against society. Of course. It's because I'd become. Well, you get that way in Atlanta. Let me. I think we talked a little bit about that. You know, you get that way.
Strong traffic.
And people. The people are just. The new aristocracy. They act like that fucking royalty. You know, they're idiots. And
I guess Tabor's kind of part of that then, somewhat.
Tabor's kind of part of that. But Tabor is a little more. I was saying that when it comes to individual human beings, the answer is really simple. I simplify groups of human beings, and you really have to actually to preserve your scalp, for that matter. You have to make broad judgments about groups of human beings, but always understanding that individual human beings, the answer is really simple. It really is. And so Tabor has a lot of different sides to him. He's got that secret life of a bisexual that he apparently hides from his wife, even though I'm sure she's found out after 10 years of marriage. I'm sure she knows it. They just have an accommodation. So 95% of homosexuals live the life of a heterosexual. And the reason I know this is I spent 17 years in public parks with dogs, spending buku time in public parks with dogs. Fantastic. People say I hung around Murphy Candler. I didn't hang around Murphy Candler. I was doing laps around the damn lake. You know, okay? I'd be there 2 or 3 hours. I wasn't hanging around. I was walking my damn dog, okay? I was exercising, you see. And in these parks, there are many parks and national forest areas and national rec areas that are homosexual cruising grounds. And as a result, you get a first-hand view of exactly what a homosexual is. And I'm going to tell you who they are. They're your spouse, they're your husband, they're your father, they're your supervisor, your manager, your uncle, your dad. That's who they are. They're not, flaming faggots, man. They're guys that look just like men and everything. Sometimes the more manly they look, the more they're fag. And that's who fags are. And these guys, what they have to do, Sam Rail's another one. He's an attorney. These guys live a lie. They live a lie, whether they're married or single. These guys inflict untold harm on women because, like Sam Rail was an attorney, young attorney, unmarried, so he was a mark for every kind of social clown and buckhead bitch in the world. He pulled a lot of good pussy, including girls that went with him for a long time. And he ruined their lives by passing for straight. They were going for a faggot and didn't know it. I used to say, I had a joke to myself about Janet Tabor. Janet Tabor's an attorney. His wife is an attorney. She graduated #1 in a law school, too, which is an accomplishment. And I used to have a joke. I'd say, Janet Tabor was smart enough to graduate #1 in her class in law school, but dumb enough to marry a faggot. And the reason she did is because she dressed him up in her love. Tabor's an immensely attractive guy, totally well-mannered. He has the manners of a rich person, although he's near rich. He went to Druid Hills High School, which is it's a public school, but it's, and he's into country club culture, and impeccable, et cetera, et cetera. So she went for that. She saw the window dressing. He has many great personal qualities about him. He's just a lousy faggot that lies about everything. You can't trust him about everything. I don't know where all this is leading, but
you and Tabor were pretty tight, though.
No.
The way I gathered it.
No, I was tight with Tabor. Tabor was not tight with me, nor is he tight with anyone.
Oh, okay.
Listen, if Tabor would screw me, the guy who's, I talked to him a lot, and it was me talking to him, and if Tabor would screw me, he'd screw his mother, he'd screw his wife, he'd screw anybody. Okay?
Right.
He's a psychopath. I'm sure Tabor's laughing now because I call Tabor a psychopathic criminal with no heart, no conscience, and no moral compass. And I'm sure he's saying, yeah, look, he's talking. Tabor's worse than me. He's just not dangerous like me. He's just your a girl. Yeah, he's a girl. I'm a stud, okay? So I do the crime that studs would do. He did the crime that girls would do, which is lying and stealing.
Did he confess this bisexuality to you or anything?
Oh, I've been around enough, man. That older woman I told you back when I left my wife, she was back in 1971. She was what they call a fag hag. She was a New York Jew. She was what they call a fag hag. A fag hag is a woman that just runs with homosexuals, And it works out good for them because everywhere they go, they're surrounded by these gorgeous, good-looking guys who don't look like queers. And at the same time, she relates to them as a woman, not as a man. So they can be girls with her. Their girl side, you know what I mean? They can be girls with her. Their girl side, you know what I mean? Fags have the heart and soul of a woman with the sex drive of a man, basically, which is why they're so inordinately and flagrantly promiscuous. You've heard of stories of the bath clubs and so forth of having sex with 100 men a night. Can you imagine, with your sex drive as a man, being able to fuck all the women in the world and that all the women who want to fuck you? You fuck 100 a night. No, I don't know how to do it. If you have the sex drive of a man, And no, I'm so hip to that kind of thing. I've so been around. I've only had one homosexual experience in my life. It was when I was 16, mutual masturbation. But again, starting from her and and being with the dog, that's the biggest education of the world. Just spending uncounted hours in public parks, uncounted hours, and also in national forests. You can go down to Appalachian Forest for that matter. And there's a place called Lost Lake there, and it's a Deus Arizonia now, which is why that's not a homosexual cruising ground. That's the place that's got a lake there, several acres with a perimeter road going around it, and an entrance drive. And you drive in, and there'll be guys in vehicles, single guys in vehicles spaced all around. And as you drive in, there'll be one or two of them staked out of the interest to see who's coming in. They want to get dibs on you if you look good. So if you look good, they'll start following you, and they'll follow you around. And when you park somewhere, they'll park about 50 yards away. There's another park that was notorious, although Gwinnett County is really cutting down on them. That's Lucky Shoals Park on Brick Road, which is between Old Norcross Road and Jimmy Carter Road, and it's an extension of Singleton Road, I guess, something like that. And yeah, it's Lucky Shoals Park. You have to check it out sometime. I opened that park up. Me and Ranger did when it was built. It was being built in 1990, 91. I opened that park up, and that got so bad as a homosexual cruising ground that it had a circular drive at the end with an island of vegetation and trees in the middle, and so it would be like guys parked, all around, it was, facing. I don't know. You don't call it parallel park. Regular parking slot. And so they'd all be sitting around there. They'd be holding a magazine, like this, so they could masturbate, underneath it. And then the cruisers would be cruising around and around in a circle. Oh, it was funny. And finally, though, it attracted the attention of Gwinnett County. And I got to know the officers there, and everything. It's embarrassing, you're a single guy there, but at least I got an excuse. I got a dog. If I was a homosexual cruising, I'd make sure I had a dog, tell you the truth. Because any single guy in there would be pegged as a homo, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cops would pull up to me and they'd go, "Hey, how you doing?" "Yeah, great." And he said, "Well, how's the crowd tonight?" I said, "Well, if you're meeting the soliciting for sodomy crowd, they've been keeping it down a little bit, and if they bug me, I tell them they don't know what they're risking, man. Gwinnett County's undercover in here. They come in here and arrest 27 people over life. So one time Gwinnett County did, not there, but at another park, I think it was Shorty Owl Park, did a undercover, sodomy operation on lunch. Arrested 27 guys over lunch. And it showed the vehicles that they were impounding, and they were company vehicles. They were like celebrities, and just company vehicles, company trucks. I think we've been there. And, you know, can you imagine having a family and everything soliciting for sodomy? I guess it would, I don't know if sodomy is against the law anymore. I'm not reading now just soliciting for sexual and public thought, but it was soliciting for sodomy and everything. Oh, so it gives me a huge insight. And I know what goes on in the truck parks, too, because I've known prostitutes that work in big transport cities and everything. They'll just get in their car, they'll go driving around with the window open and wave to guys, and if a guy wants to talk to him, he'll flash his lights or wave at them. They'll just stop and get, if 200 semis pulled up. And that's what homosexuals do, too, because a lot of these rough, tough truck drivers are gay. Did you ever see the Cops episode? The TV show Cops? I'm sure there was one episode where the police stopped a guy. He was a trucker. He was running down the street and he was wearing nothing but leopard print panties with pantyhose, a woman's wig, and woman's makeup on. And he was a real man too. A real guy. And it turned out that he had got a guy in the cab of his truck for homosexual sex, and the guy grabbed his wallet and run. And it was so funny to see a rough, tough truck driver, and he was too, big old strapping guy, talk like a truck driver and everything. He wasn't no pansy waist either. And he's wearing this pantyhose, leopard skin briefs, and a woman's wig and with a woman's makeup on. It was, that was hilarious. And they replayed that several times. I was surprised. You guys watch that show?
Every once in a while.
I like to watch it. It shows how police officers work, and it's very impressive. That's why I know police officers. That and my personal encounters with them. Back in the 60s or 50s, I mean, they knocked shit out of you. I mean, they were just guys that couldn't get a good job. They just good, more or less. And of course, they were individuals.
Right.
But my hats are off to the police, the modern police, because almost uniformly, just in the smaller departments like Duluth and Chambly, do you see people that are obese and that are just not up to par. I mean, I like to say with the Chambly police, I've had my share of encounters with them too, plenty. And the Chambly police are just the type that would drive up and jump out and shoot the victim instead of the perpetrator. Really. One time I had a panhandler chasing me. And I flagged down because I told him, get lost, go away. He was in Chambly, and, he'd come from downtown, from Martin, come up there in front of the Walgreens and everything. And I always had my bat with me. I won't get out, as I said to that Cherokee officer, I take it in everywhere but banks and government buildings like post office. I carry it everywhere. Anyway, I had my bat in my hand, actually. I told him, get lost, get the fuck off. And he started giving me a bunch of shit. And he started coming after me, and I saw a Chambly police drive by. I flagged them down, and it turned out there were a couple of them. And they came in, and I ran up to them, to an officer, with him chasing me. And my bat wasn't deployed. It was just still folded, He didn't even know I had it. I hadn't waved it or nothing. I just had it. And, if I can run, I'm not going to hit someone. I'm obligated to try to get away. You just, you can't stand there and hit them. You got to try to flee. Okay. And I ran up to one officer, and then another officer grabbed the guy, and then I was talking to one officer, and the guy, the beggar, the panhandler, broke loose. He was a black panhandler, and came after me again. While I'm talking to an officer, I had to run away again. That officer grabbed him, and then another officer drove up and started getting my story, and I called his attention. I said, just to make sure he saw it, because, it's only 9 inches. I said, I have an extended bat in my hand. And he started going, what? What are you doing with that? You can't carry that. And then, okay, here I am, a guy chasing me, running for my life, and now he's chewing my ass out. So, really, they're just the kind of guy that would drive up and shoot the victim instead of the perpetrator. They are. They're sorry. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, with notable exceptions like that, most larger metropolitan departments, the police, DeKalb North, great. I've run across a couple of bad officers. Gwinnett County, South, man, I swear, it seems that half of their officers probably have psychology degrees. They're good. They're really good. And these are the dudes that chase and fight and shoot, too, What DeKalb County in that period of time killed 12 people in about 15 months. And guess what? And shot a lot of other ones. And, they had a big fury and had the blue ribbon panel investigate it all, including the Baptist ministers, the whole works, and every shooting was justified. They were all good shootings. None of them were bad shootings. So these are the same dudes that fly, chase, and shoot, but yet can be professional and arrive at the truth of the situation. That's what saved me every damn time, is that it was a professional police officer, Because here would be that woman paying someone that called into the journal saying I was crazy. Well, she's the same woman that I asked her to hook her dogs up. She finally did after I had asked her a million times. And I made the mistake of smarting off to her. I said, you're the type that give dog owners a bad name. And she was like that. I went and did another lap around Murphy County. I came back to my van. She had her 6'4" husband waiting for me. Yeah, she'd gone home. They got in their Mercedes and driven around to the parking lot. She had her great big old husband waiting for me, telling me he was going to kick my ass. I was carrying a 36-cent solid bat. And I just let him back me around the parking lot. It was a slow motion chase. And the whole time I'm telling him, call the police, let the police handle it. And the woman watched me, and she saw I was about to smack him, Again, it's incumbent upon me to try to get away. It is, but I'm not going to turn my back on my knees. That's a good way to get cold cocked. So it was a slow motion chase backward, and I'm doing it the right way. And so they called the police. They told the police a bunch of lies. This is DeKalb North. I fled and called the police and told them where I was at another parking lot. I called in. I just wanted to get away from them, not be in the vicinity while the police were coming. So the police came to me, took my stick. He said, first thing he said, where's the stick? I said, okay. Took my story. Then another unit arrived. He sat on me. And while the first guy that took my stick went around and got their story. They told him their pack of lies. That DeKalb North officer came back around, got out, opened the back door of his car. I thought, damn, she's going to put me in there? He got my stick out, gave me my stick back, and he said, I told those people that you have a right to carry this stick, and you have a right to defend yourself if they feel, that you feel you're afraid of their dog. And I guess he left it unsaid that he told them that what the guy had done is just committed an assault on me. Is what he did. He forced me to flee. So that's how good police officers are. They every time, of all those 30 times, every time they have arrived at the truth in that I did not act unlawfully. They may not be aware that they know the whole story. Every single time. And that just reflects so good on them because these people lie. They tell outrageous lies. That woman I was telling you about the Stone Mountain, I called to a dog 150 yards away, sprayed one, stick the other. Well, she come running up saying, you're just egging him on. She said. This same woman, during the next year, I saw her twice out at Stone Mountain, moving in the same direction I was on the trail. So I just kind of trailed her from a discreet distance. And both of those times, her dog attacked the child. Once they attacked a little African-American boy, and his father had to grab the boy and put him on his shoulders. Another time, they attacked a white boy that was fishing there with his father and ran the little boy into the lake. Okay? Now this same chick and the same dog, I went and did 6 miles around well over an hour later, and I come back, and she is there with the police, Stone Mountain Park Police, telling them that I sprayed on every kind of thing, verbally and everything, and the police asked me the story. I told them, dogs in front of me, put me in fear, discharged my pepper twice. So he understood. That's what I mean. They can understand when they're talking to a pro. Most police officers are pros, and they can understand when they're talking to a pro rather than just a civilian, But that's an example of how the police have the quality of the police work. Is that she was mad enough to wait for over an hour, have the police there when I got back, tell them a pack of lies, and he was able to rapidly arrive at the truth.
Back on point for just a little bit. From 97 until 2007, I guess, you worked for Taylor, correct? And during that time, what kind of marketing did you do, or what kind of telephone solicitation did you do with that?
Signing, residential signing.
Residential signing?
Yeah.
How did you pick your people out when you're doing telemarketing?
It was a process. It was an education. I just got into obtaining signing leads when I went to work for Taylor. I'd had a job for one other company and been trained. That was with Dixie Home Crafters, Superior Siding and Windows. Same guy owns both of them. How about one more coffee if there's any more in there? And so I was just doing a traditional way, getting a crisscross directory calling blind. Just getting an area and just calling blind and skipping the apartments. Don't worry if it's not going to do anything like that. And skipping the apartments. Okay. And skipping the apartments. But it progressed. Later on, I started realizing where the market was, which was in this defective siding where there's so much of it. I've been trained, and solicitors have been trained until then, to avoid the defective siding. Because there was so much lawsuits going around. They sent a salesman over there, he'd do a song and dance, and then people say, well, thank you, but we think we're going to litigate this thing. So they were getting burned and wasting a lot of time, so they were trained to avoid it. But finally, though, in 98, late 98, someone called in off a Yellow Pages ad paperhead, and they said, I got my Louisiana Pacific settlement, it's $900 for the whole house. That's what it got down to. I thought to myself, hold on, $900. I can find them $900 in savings. I can have a special sale going on to save $900. This amount is moved, don't matter anymore. And once I came to that conclusion, I started doing what everyone else was not doing. I started going after it, systematically telesurveying and identifying the subdivisions. And starting out with large zip codes, 30343, 4445. I mean, that's the home of defective siding, you know. That's 50,000 houses in those zip codes with defective siding. I got a map, and I started going and identifying each subdivision, what kind of siding it had, identifying the subdivisions with defective siding, and then systematically telemarketing those subdivisions using a street directory, crisscross street directory. And then it got on, I did leaflets for several years too, which did not look like a leaflet. It looked like a note off a notepad. I would hand letter it. Please call me if you've ever thought about vinyl siding or hardy come siding. I promise to give you the best price you'll ever see. Name, brands, quality. Well, call me, please, stay or not. Max, that's what I come up with, Max. Yeah, it's straight. Yeah, siding. It looked like it was a note. Quarter page rather than a leaflet. It was reproduced, but in my handwriting. And it looked like someone left them a note. They go right up to it and grab it and read it. Someone left them a note. And it was my leaflet. If it had been a leaflet, I'd taken a crumple and not paying any attention to it. I did that for several years. That worked. And then I really got sophisticated. I'd take a voice recorder and I would drive through the subdivisions and survey the siding on each house. It was a quick process. If the street numbers went 40-40, 40-50, 40-60, then, you know, it's a real quick process. And I would I'd go to these subdivisions, which I already knew had bad siding. I would just drive through them, survey them, and see the ones with the siding was wrecked. And I dictated into the thing, you know. 40-50 beaded, you know, I had a shorthand, a verbal shorthand, tell the exact type of siding, flat panel or beaded, and the condition of it. You know, I had candy, super candy, etc. And then I would transcribe that onto a legal pad. It was a time-consuming process, but once you have this, then you could work them for years until they got their home recycled. I transcribe the addresses onto a legal pad, and then leave a space, and go to the street directory and look at that street. In the street directory, they get the name and number. And there's your list. There's a list of people that need it and have to have it. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And it works good. It works good. It works. Hey, and here's the approach, though, because you already know they need it. And so it's really like that. You go, oh, hey, Mr. Jones, hey, Matt, siding guy here, working your subdivision there. Noticed your house the other day about the siding there, the LP siding you got. I wanted to leave you a price from Install Hardy Plank, $5.90 a square. Be glad to help you with that. Okay. If they said thank you or get lost, very good. If they said, well, how much does that equal? Okay. If they said thank you or get lost, very good. If they said, well, how much does that equal? That's it. Well, you know, it's slow right now. John Tabor. This is John Tabor's out there. Insulated wall system. Got 22 homes in your subdivision done, which would be true. I got them all. We've done 22 houses in your subdivision. This is John Tabor's outfit. It's a little slow right now. John's giving me a couple of installers. I got them out measuring. I'll get one of them by, measure it up, get it back to me. I'll give you a call with some good news. really lucky. It's a step at a time, and I had the whole program.
Is that pretty much all you did was siding stuff? You didn't do anything other than that?
Well, we did the windows too, but I didn't concentrate on windows. Some people make a lot of money on windows, but Tabor can't sell, so he couldn't make any money on windows.
The gear, I'm bouncing around a little bit. The gear that you had, a lot of the gear that you had was real high end, like REI, North Face, real high dollar stuff.
Oh yeah.
How did you come across that kind of stuff?
Quality is a necessity.
Right. I agree with you 100% on that.
So what I came out of my years on 11th Street there. I had the 3 phones, and I had some good years there. I was drinking, but I was successful in hiring new crews of people. When I say crew, 2 people. 4 times a year. So I came out money ahead on that. And so one of the reasons though I did it is that in the early 90s, I started wanting to be a guide at an outfitter. And so I started accumulating, buying. I had a North Face rep. At the time, North Face that's the really high.
Right. Unless you had some of those mountain lights, those are good jackets.
I got 3 of them.
Yeah.
I got 2 in medium and 1 in large.
Those are good jackets.
Did you see, I got 4 North Face bags.
Yeah.
2 of them are,
and
actually 3 of them are cast meow. 1 has a thermostat lining in it. It's a later, and a snowshoe.
the snowshoes are nice. I got a snowshoe.
Yeah, it's a +5. Yeah. 2 of them were for the dog. 2 of the cats meows were for the dog. You carry 2 for the dog because they're subject to getting wet. They dry in a flash, but nevertheless. And that's why the girl wasn't cold. She had, I was telling you, she was cooperating with me.
But that wasn't some kind of, to get the REI stuff and to get the North Face stuff, that wasn't some kind of scam that you had gotten.
No. Oh, well, here's the thing. I got the North Face rep. At that time, in the early 90s,
right.
North Face in the Southeast was distributed by a manufacturer's rep company, and it was a guy's name, like the Plank Jones Company.
Right.
And this guy had North Face. He distributed North Face, and he distributed Red Wing shoes and boots. You know that brand. And I think he had some other brand, top brands, and he had the Southeast. He's the one that distributed North Face, and he would send his guys out to the different stores. This is even before REI opened, and well, a lot of these stores didn't exist after REI opened. You had a lot of them around town until REI opened, and so they would go out and just demonstrate Gore-Tex and show people actual samples of Gore-Tex and
3-ply, 4-ply, all that.
2-layer and 3-layer, and 1-layer, and so forth. So I met one of these guys doing it, and I bought some stuff off of him. I bought a Bigfoot, -5 degree bag. Yeah. I bought a Bigfoot from him and some other stuff, and got to know him. And he was coming up with North Face stuff that was heavily discounted. At the time, North Face was having in their clothing of this era, North Face was having a quality control problem, big time in their clothing.
That's when they stepped up and started mass producing.
Big time. I got a jacket from him one time, a Mountain Light jacket, that, Mountain Light, eventually 335, yeah. I don't know what they cost now. You notice I got a Denali jacket in there. Yeah.
Denali's are awesome.
The reason I'm asking about this, what's the guy's name that you talked to?
Walter.
What's his last name?
Goddard.
Walter Goddard. You used to work with him at a chemical outfit or something, chemical plant.
I gave him some stuff.
Is that the chem plant you were talking about? That's where you met him at? Okay. He had made mention that you had some sort of scam with REI, when we talked to him. And like I said, we're not here to prosecute you.
Oh, no.
Shit like that. You know what I mean?
No, whatever.
We're trying to figure out how, how all this came to be.
Yeah, well, First of all, with the outer, I'll go over that second, but with the North Face stuff, he would come up with this stuff, and I have a feeling that it was returns. Because I got a mountain light jacket from him one time. You know, they have the North Face label right inside there.
Right.
On
top. Right.
The North Face with a cascade.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, it was sewn in upside down.
Wow.
The North Face the label was sewn in upside down.
So, like, showroom rejects or something like that?
I have a feeling that's what it was.
What's this guy's name? That you.
This is over 10 years ago.
Well, I mean, you had some new nice stuff.
New model.
Oh no.
The green one.
No.
What about the jackets?
All that stuff is going on 15 years old.
The jackets and stuff?
Yes. I don't wear it that much.
Oh, okay.
For goodness.
Okay.
No. If you got plenty of it, it doesn't wear.
Right.
Oh, I don't have a piece of equipment except for socks. I don't have in water bottles. I don't have a single piece of equipment that's newer than 13 years. Nothing. No clothing. Nothing. Nothing.
So what did you have?
I'm telling you, that stuff lasts forever. The thing that'll kill it faster than anything is sun. Now, all of my microfiber pants, the newest any of those is 94, and some go back to 90. But I had plenty of pairs of them. The shirts, the Sonoma shirts, again, I don't have a single piece of equipment. None. I don't have a single piece of equipment or clothing. John Caper gave me a red Columbia pullover. That's newer. He gave that to me. I don't have a single piece of clothing or equipment that's newer than 1994.
That red North Face jacket and that blue North Face jacket, they look brand new.
Yeah, the green one?
Hey, son, go get yourself some quality and you'll see. Okay? But the thing is, I have other Parkers too.
Right.
And frankly, most of the years I had those, I tended to save those for town use rather than field use. You know what I mean? And there's two reasons for that. Is of course it has the cachet, the stratospheric prices. You get, with the logo. Yuppies love that. You see them walking around with their Denali. So a Denali
that's never been in the woods, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And another reason though is that even though it's worth it, your North Face mountain light jackets will be almost a full half-pound heavier than an REI.
Right.
Switchback Parker, for instance. Okay.
They're 2-ply, I think, and then aren't the mountain 3-ply? No. These are called layers, and no, you've got 1 layer, 2 layer, and 3 layer. Okay. 1 layer is where the Gore-Tex is bonded right to the outer nylon. It may be lined, and it usually is, but it's called 1 layer. Okay. 2 layer is where the Gore-Tex is not bonded to the outer one. So you have 1, 2, and then you have a net inside of it, which is a 3rd layer. It's not counted as a layer. That's 2 layer. Okay. 3 layer is where you have the outer fabric, the Gore-Tex not bonded to it, and then lined with a taffeta type lining. That's 3 layer. So actually 2 layer has 3 layers, but the net mesh is not counted as a layer. Okay. 1 layer has 2 layers, but the lining is not counted. Right.
And one of the significant...
It doesn't supply any water protection, correct? Is that the reason why it's not counted, or
what?
It doesn't have any it's not waterproof.
Yes, it is. It's just bonded directly to the. I see that. I don't know why, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. That's the construction of them. In other words, bonded directly to the outer fiber, 1 layer, not just suspended more or less, 2 layer, regardless of whether you have a net mesh or not. And then if you have a full lining inside of it, a cloth lining of a taffeta type, silky type, usually polyester taffeta, that's 3 layer. Okay. But anyway, to make a long story short, another reason I didn't field use my mountain lights very much is that you'll find an REI parka. You'll find a highly technical REI parka, which is, I think it's called a switchback. It's got full zips here. It's got a detachable hood. Beautiful thing. Weigh it. You'll find that it weighs about 15 or 14 ounces. Weigh the mountain light. It's 1.5 pounds. Now, it's worth it. It's worth it for expeditionary use. Okay,
short term.
It is, but just for like a day hike, and very little of my stuff is really multi-day trips. It's mostly power hiking on day hikes. I don't like to carry backpacking loads. I told you, it's injurious. You injure yourself.
Injuries and...
Oh yeah, you mess yourself up, man. You do. You get big toes out of joint, knees, and so that's really the thing. It's just a 1/2 pound is significant. Backpackers have a saying, ounces count. Well, that's not quite true. But 1/4 pound and 1/2 pound, they start counting. Ounces don't count. Ounces don't count in that you can carry 16 things that weigh an ounce that you don't really need, and it's only 1 pound. 16 of them. But if something weighs 1/4 pound and you start carrying a bunch of that you don't need, it adds up real quick. So, in other words, my philosophy is if something only weighs an ounce, you really need it, and it's subject to loss. Carry 2 of them.
The only reason I asked about that is, like I said, Goddard.
Oh no,
we interviewed him. He talked about the fact that you had some kind of scam going with REI.
No, he was mistaking that with the North Bay threat.
Okay.
But then starting in early 90s, I wanted to be a guide and an outfitter. In other words, not so much a guide, but a backpacking school.
Right.
Teaching people equipment and materials and technical walking.
Right.
Along with that, I've got a technical walking system just like I have a stick fighting system.
Right.
And really teaching them that rather than guiding them per se.
Right.
And outfitting them with the good stuff.
Right.
Okay? And so I bought out a hiking club, or a guy that said he had a hiking club. It had been in storage. He said it was an industry-sponsored hiking club. This was in the early 90s. That didn't go nowhere, and he said it's really because he didn't put any time, and it was supposed to be to educate people in the equipment and create demand.
Right.
Okay. So I bought that out, and I just bought a lot of stuff on my own, too, for me, also. And I used both medium and large, also. So I had to come up with some small, and I had extra backpacks, too, also, which I just threw away. I actually had those. I just threw them away when I left Taylor's.
Goddard also said that you had a telemarketing thing that primarily you liked talking with hairdressers about. Is that? No.
Back in the days when I was running my fraud, unlawful charity.
Right.
And by the way, that's what I fell on in '95.
Right.
It was a charge of unlawful therapy and also a theft charge that wasn't related to that at all. I started working for this book display company. It became disgruntled and stole the stock. But I considered it a credit issue rather than a theft issue. But hey, it wasn't seen that way. But anyway, I took my fall on the unlawful charity in '95. I'd actually quit it in '93. They got a grand jury in '94, January of '94, when that Cobb County grand jury got 19 complainants and 23 counts. Total damage, $540. Okay, which I did on restitution. Yeah, it was $5 and $10. Okay, but by unlawful charity, any count is a felony.
Right.
Okay. At that time, they got the indictment, and they set the Superior Court set a $25,000 bond on me. That went January of '94, and then April of '95, I was arrested on that warrant. Took my fall, pled it out, 5 years probation. Restitution of $540, pled to theft charge out, restitution $5,600, concurrent 5-year probation, did the restitution and did the probation. Restitution of $540, pled to theft charge out, restitution $5,600, concurrent 5-year probation. Did the restitution and did their probation. And I went forth and sinned no more.
So you pretty much got out of the telemarketing?
Oh, no, we got that. That's going back over 20 years ago. No. If you want to work on Saturdays and you're, whether you're selling advertising or whether you're begging, who are you going to call on a Saturday morning? Who's going to be there? A beauty shop. I mean, the owner.
Right.
A beauty shop.
Yeah.
So you get your Dun & Bradstreet, Michael calls them out, and by zip code, it's got SIC, Standard Industrial Classification.
Uh-huh.
It's got, it's a four-digit code, and you look under beauty shops.
Right.
And in any zip code you want to work, that's called a Dun & Bradstreet microcosm. And it's got beauty shops.
Right.
And if you want to work on Saturday and make some extra money, who are you going to call on Saturday? You're going to call Jones Manufacturing and try to get the balls on Saturday morning? No. I mean, the argument against that is that the owner's going to be there, but they're going to be so busy that they won't talk to you. Well, that's your average person, not me. Yeah. I get through to the person that answers the phone. They think I know the lady or guy. I get them on the phone. And bam, 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 bam. I don't ask for too much. And hey, just to get me off the phone, hey, give me $10, give me $20, give me $25. Can't do $25. You got to remember, back 20 years ago, this stuff was epidemic. People would log, literally. I've had people plenty of times. They keep a log of it. They would log over 250 calls a year of the nature I was giving them. Okay, they would set a budget up. Your typical small business owner would once
take right off for them.
Yeah, they'd say, I'm going to give away $2,000 this year, $3,000, and they'd give it away first come first serve. And when the budget was gone, you couldn't get it. If it wasn't, you couldn't. You couldn't because they'd tell you why. I've had 200 people call me, and I've given away $3,000, about $10 a piece. Okay, and you couldn't get it. If you did, you did, and that's the way it was. And so that's where that beauty shop comes from.
So they're working on Saturday, and that's primarily...
That's their day. That's when the owner is going to be there. That's the busiest time of the week on any beauty shop, is Saturday morning.
Do they tend to give up good money as
yes.
in there? And
what?
Women tend to give the money up a little bit easier sometimes.
Not at all.
On the heartstrings.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. I'm going to tell you something. You take it from me.
Really?
No. You know what you're being fooled by? You're all being fooled. You're being fooled by a woman's instinct, not her free will. Her instinct is that of nurturing. Mm-hmm. That's because she raises the kids. Mm-hmm. And you're being fooled by her nurturing instinct, and she has a soft spot for kids and small furry animals. But I'm going to tell you something. You take it to the bank, pal, and you take it from a guy that begged professionally for over 20 years. The sex that is the most avaricious, accumulative, greedy, and heartless is women.
Really?
Is women. I've had more women take the check right out of their husband's hand. Call up Joe's Stop and Go out in Rex, Georgia. Hey, Joe, $25. Go out there to pick it up. Be right the same as fucking battle axe wife. What you doing there? And you're not getting that. And just take the thing. Don't listen. That's why we're in the condition we're in. Don't ever forget this. You don't be fooled by a woman's nurturing instinct. Look at their free will personalities, and you're going to find women are the most hateful, avaricious, accumulative, greedy, and heartless. My God, when the American Indians, the woodland Indians, and the Iroquois and so forth in the northeast U.S., they'd bring their captive back to torture. It was like they were inflicting one captive. There's a sociological, cultural reason for it I could explain to you, but just let me say. When they'd bring a captive back to torture and to death, you know who did the torturing?
No.
Yeah, they come out with their hot coals and their sharp sticks, okay? You know who the ones that are? You send them to war. You may think, my son, my son had to go to war. Well, I'll tell you, I've seen it on video more than one World War II that been over there fighting. He had been fighting so much that he's amongst the earliest released, come back home and have women on the street saying, you ought to be over there fighting and everything. Women are what got us in this situation we're in, man. I mean, the reason why is what do women want? The two things. They want their home and kids, and they want things, okay? Hey, do you think pottery was just invented 7,000 years ago? They always knew. They played with heart. The thing is, when they were hunters, and men were men, and men were in control, and they moved around, and they were free and not enslaved by the states, because when they settled down, the states were able to... They couldn't have things. You can't have pottery. You can't carry pottery around. It's too fucking heavy. It breaks. Okay? So they had to use bowling bags and so forth. And women wanted their things. They wanted their pottery. They wanted their homes. They wanted to settle down. So what happened? At the end of the last ice age, the Pleistocene megafauna, the great big-ass animals, went extinct. Women used that to get men to start planting seeds and grubbing in the earth like animals. Okay? And once they got them settled down on the farm, then what happened is, ecological disaster. They destroyed, men have never lived, agricultural people have never lived in harmony with nature. What they had to do was move out of the Anatolian plateau in Turkey and northern Iraq and Iran, and they had to move down into the river valleys of Mesopotamia, the Tigris and the Euphrates, ditto with the Nile. Once they moved down into those valleys, desert there, water there, irrigation, then the state was able to assume control by getting them in a hydraulic trap of these giant irrigation projects, which they did, dams, canals, everything. And once the state got control of the water, they had control of the people. And after that, humanity descended into degradation, slavery, pauperism, that 99% of all humans, the history of civilization is the history of 1% of the people, the elites. We don't even know what the dredges wore back in many times. Nothing. They were just dredges. They were, and they would intensify their production and try to get more and more. And the end result is no one could eat meat, and they were just eating mush, which most of the world still eats. Rice or whatever, maize, that kind of thing. And it's a story that's been repeated over and over. And what started it all? Women wanting to settle down and have things and have their kids. When they moved around, you see, they had to kill the girl babies. Female infanticide. The reason they had to kill the girl babies is you got 10 men, 10 women. Well, if you kill 9 of the men and leave all the women, well, that one guy can keep them all pregnant. Doesn't do any good to kill the men. You can't control the population by killing men. Male babies. You can't. One guy can keep 100 women pregnant. Doesn't do any good. You got to kill the female babies. Okay. Infanticide was the dirty little dark secret of the old Stone Age, but we're still doing it in the modern times. I consider abortion infanticide, although I'm not judging. You know what I mean? It's a woman's right to choose. But hey, there's no joke about it. Listen, to abort an embryo that would otherwise come to term is killing a person. It is. It just is. And we're still killing. What in the U.S. How many? Millions a year?
Yeah.
That's infanticide, just another form of it, you see. And so women wanted to have their babies, and they wanted to have their homes and things. And what has happened is that the Homo sapiens women, there's some kind of mutation in the Homo sapiens women, because before, the humans before us, which is Homo erectus, okay, they had a run of almost 2 million years. And their toolkit changed very little. The tools they made and so forth changed very little over that time. Can you imagine such an immense span of time? Homo sapiens, the very first Homo sapiens skeleton that we have now found is 164,000 years old. And more typically, Homo sapiens skeletons are no older than 70, 80, 90,000 years old. And just in that short period of time, what's happened with them as opposed to Homo erectus? Homo erectus, by the way, and so did Homo sapiens, stood taller than modern men, were stronger, were in better health, and lived as long as human beings until the year 1900. In the year 1900, the average span in the U.S. was 47 years old. And that's about what Homo erectus and early Homo sapiens lived to. They were in better health. They had not picked up these horrible diseases acquired from domestic animals such as smallpox, measles, influenza, and a host of others. Those all came from domestic animals, mutations, like your bird flu now.
But you see that in the women of today now, as far as the same type of traits that you...
Son, I'm telling you, I'm an observer, I'm a philosopher, I'm a man of vast experience. I've been a professional beggar for 20 years. And I'm going to tell you, who has the biggest heart? It's going to be men.
Really?
You're fooled by a woman's nurturing instincts and her softness. But a woman isn't soft. It's the difference in our personalities. Men tend to be more confrontational and grab the whole thing, while women affect an air of softness and get it a bit at a time.
Almost manipulative, you mean?
Much more. So, and I always remember, they got the pussy. We're fucked. We're totally fucked. But hey, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Be a Republican. Have a party. Your world is kaput. Your world is over with, pal. It's gone. Your children will never. You want your kids to grow up to be a lawyer? Forget about it. There is no future for your kids. There is none. The Muslims got us by the gasoline balls. Before, they had to come across oceans to get at us. And once they came across oceans, they had this huge country that even if they could get at us, they couldn't invade us and occupy it. Like I say, Russia soaked up invading armies twice. Napoleon was over 500,000 men. The Germans were the Germans were 3.5 million men. Okay, these were huge armies. Napoleon in 1812, over 500,000. Germans, World War II, 3.5 million. Okay, soaked them up, just the vastness of it. They couldn't get at us. Now they don't have to. Again, I'm going to tell you, I've told you before, I'm going to tell you again. We have this huge, vast, interconnected socio-economic structure. You're embedded in a matrix in a world that isn't real, that has been constructed totally for you, and it's all interconnected. It's built on values which are virtual, okay, but it's built upon the harsh reality of cheap gasoline. It's a house of cards. And son, once that starts going, the cascading effects, the ripple effects of this are going to be unimaginable. But just to give you an idea of what ripple and the interconnectedness of everything, we have a bunch of people here with subprime mortgages that don't pay their mortgage. Okay. Bunch of African Americans and other low rent people that don't pay their mortgages. And what does it end up? Our 4 national banks so far have written off $100 billion, and it's probably twice that much it's going to end up. To keep from failing, our biggest national banks, Chase Manhattan and the big 4, have had to go and sell parts of themselves for billions and billions to overseas to stay solvent because a bunch of people didn't pay their mortgage.
Yeah.
Okay? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, that's child's play. That's just nuts. More coffee.
I know
you're trying to get out of here.
No, I'm not trying to get out of here.
You see the interconnectedness of this? Now, what's going to happen when what's going to happen if gasoline, if nothing goes bad? I've told you before, I've handled atomic bombs. Okay, I was in special weapons. And I've handled atomic bombs that damn big, that weigh 79 pounds. And that's assuming nothing like that happens.
Right.
That's assuming nobody gets weaponized anthrax and it shuts down our postal system. All it would take is a few anthrax letters to shut down our postal system. Everybody's forgotten that. Okay, but if nothing bad happens, what's going to happen if gasoline goes up $1 a year for 10 years, and in 10 years it's at $13 a gallon? Son, it's going to bring you down. It's going to bring you down. That's why they can bring the fucking death penalty on me, okay? Go ahead, try me, bring it on, okay? Because it's going to take me 3 or 4 years to come to trial. It's going to, even at the federal level, they'll be able to knock a little time off. It's going to take an average of about 12 years to impose it, maybe even longer, really. And by then, now we're talking 17 years. This society.
Well, our case is adjudicated.
Oh, I'm talking about the future.
Right.
That's my feelings towards them.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a lot of the stuff
And
that I wanted to save for the profilers because
they're going to be interested to talk to you anyway.
Yeah, but you know something, well, you were a little rough on me the first night, but I don't blame you. You might have had a live girl on your hands for all you knew, but you've treated me fairly. You've been a man of your word. You're cops, of course. I understand that. And we're never going to be friends, but you've been a man of your word, and in the end, you lived up to your deal. And in the end, you treated me professionally, and so I'm giving you some. I'm giving you cooperation. I promised you cooperation that night. I gave it to you. The only question I didn't answer was on the advice of my attorney, and I would have answered that.
Right.
Whether she was doing from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, she was.
Right.
She was, because I just told you, once you've done it, you're either going to kill her or get caught. There's no other solution. It's not that, In the end, you treated me professionally, and so I'm giving you some. I'm giving you cooperation. I promised you cooperation that night. I gave it to you. The only question I didn't answer was on the advice of my attorney, and I would have answered that.
Right.
Whether she was doing from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, she was.
Right.
She was, because I just told you, once you've done it, you're either going to kill her or get caught. There's no other solution. It's not that, you know. And that sounds cold and cruel. Yeah, it was. It's the soldier in me.
Mm-hmm.
The soldier doesn't wonder why. He just does or dies. Okay.
I was about to say, that's part of the operations order there.
Yes, and I'm trying to impress on you, though, it was nothing sexual or pleasurable.
Oh, you're talking about being a pro.
It was dreadful. It was dreadful. You asked, wasn't it you that asked me what's it like to cut someone's head off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was dreadful, and the only thing you can do is so dreadful that the only thing you can do is go unarmed. I told you it wasn't real.
Right.
Okay. That's all you
Yeah,
can do.
you said it was surreal. It was out of body experience.
It's so dreadful.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking dreadful that all you can do is do your duty and go on autopilot. It's the same as combat soldiers that told me from Vietnam. They told me the same thing. They'd see bodies, you know, with guts, you know, roped all over the place, heads blown off, and it wasn't real. It just didn't look real, you know. Yeah, but it's dreadful. There was no pleasure or anything else. And one may say, well, you're the one that chose to make money by killing. There's other ways to make money. There's bank robbery and so forth. Well, you know, in retrospect, I regret not attempting a bank robbery. I really do. Because all of this shit got me nowhere but caught. Okay? And so I might have been caught robbing a bank. But if I'd have scored, if I'd have got $5,000, I could live off that for over half a year in the woods, you know. And so, but as to why I chose to kill for money, part of that was rage against society, sociopathic rage against society, against all those people that are now coming forward and so forth. How did you find Walter Goddard? He must have called you, or did you get him off my cell phone?
Well,
So,
was it that one?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, and you know, there again, we're here to I don't know.
Anyway, I promised you, when we did a deal, I promised you cooperation. And by all rights, I shouldn't be talking to you. My attorney's warned me a million times, don't talk to no one without an attorney. But I'm not telling you nothing that, you know what I mean?
Right.
We're talking about history.
Right.
And I was going to save the history for the profilers, but they'll be psychologists and psychiatrists, so they'll want to go with that. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to dig my heels in. I don't want federal custody. They're going to send me to Supermax. I just know they are. Huh? What about it? They sent Ted Kaczynski there. All the notorious people. Listen, Rudolph went there and he only killed one person, and indirectly two. Okay? He killed one with a bomb, and another guy had a heart attack. Okay? He only killed one person.
yeah.
He killed two of the police officers.
Yeah, the police officer.
He killed two. He only killed two people.
Okay.
Well,
And they sent Kaczynski there. He only killed, I think, two people. But he was a Unabomber.
right.
And he's in Supermax. So it's where they send the notorious, infamous people.
Well,
Okay, they're sending my ass to Supermax now.
Well, I mean, it's debatable on who calls you notorious and who calls you, you know, just a mad guy.
Well,
you know what I mean?
What is the slave? Infamous, you know, Jack the Ripper, whatever you want to put it.
Yeah.
Okay. But of course, at first they got to convict me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know,
Number one. And if they, you know, and if they want to spend $1 million, $2 million to convict me, and then another $2 million to get death, and then another $8 million to defend the death penalty, and get around to executing me 17 years from now when I'm 78 years old and I'm decrepit and anything. Hey, they can do it.
who's going to be the one to have to call you notorious, though?
Me.
You are.
I'm infamous.
You are.
My God. I mean, I've read a little of the news that my lawyers brought me a little bit, but I don't really want to read it. It's true. Curl your fucking hair, man. You know, I mean, drifter with a mean streak. That's what the AJC article, a drifter with a mean streak. Misfit with a mean streak. Yeah. Well, misfit I am. Well, it's true. I do have a mean streak. I think
what they don't understand is there's something a little more than that, though. That
they don't understand that, except for this rampage, I was the injured party. I kid you not. They have screwed Jude and have hidden me every which way society has. They called the police on me 30 times when they were the transgressor, trying to get me.
People in the park type thing.
Yeah, and all of society, trying to get me in trouble. If they had their way, they would tell lies to the cop. The cop would arrest me and send me to the penitentiary, take my dog away, and ruin my life, just because they don't want to be wrong. Okay? It's as simple as that. You talk about cruel and heartless, man. And you talk about, hey, kill motherfuckers. You start getting that thing, you just rage against society.
Well, you're getting a little bit into your, more than what we're trying to discuss.
Well, what are you trying to get at except a biography?
Well, that's basically it. I'd like to have a biography of you.
Well, no, you're not going to give this to the press. I'm saying
No.
I'm saving this for a book, man.
Are you?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, I got to keep some money on the books.
Right. I understand.
Okay, I got lots to do.
I understand that.
And no one's called you up and said, hey, I got some money for Gary Hilton. I got to get some money on the books.
Right.
Okay. And my coverage, I deliberately kept coverage of me limited. You notice when they try to do the perk walk, I insist that we run, and the deputy's fine with them, I got the vest on and everything. The sooner they can get me into that car, the better, although they don't even have to get me in the car. They can walk me right through. And I'm the one that insists on running to the car, Did you see the way did you see it on TV? Oh, yeah, running. I'm the one that wants to do that. You see, I was leading them. And they'll open that door, another one will open that door, and I'm the one that just dives in head first, So kind of like a Hollywood celebrity that's been bad and now is trying to, you see what I mean? The more you limit it, the bigger demand it makes. Now, if I'd have come walking out like Eric Rudolph, they'd have said, he's a fucking schmuck, is all he is. But when I come there, an idiot. But, when I come running out there and then dive into the car wearing the vest, it's a mystique. Yeah.
You got a style about you, Mr.
It's the style. I'm saving it.
Your gravitas kicking there.
Now, so you
everybody's got to have a
no one's got pictures of me either, but I got 5,000 pictures of me. Yeah, 5,000 pictures from 1990 on, documenting everything, all my daily lives. Nothing unlawful. Yeah, I got it. No one has a damn picture of me. As far as I know, except mugshot, and no one has a single picture of me not under arrest. No one. Nobody. I think, actually, Goddard has. You have? Have you found some? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, North Carolina had 2 of me that a woman took. Yeah, that a woman took in Transylvania County. Yeah. Oh, you come across some more? Well, I wouldn't be surprised because people are.
We're not.
I'm like the Lone Ranger.
We're not in this for the. I mean, you can have the book deal or whatever. We're not in it for that.
What other pictures have you come up with? Tell me. Come on, I'm just telling you.
Well.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Ask him.
What's the? No, we got some pictures of you from. Is it out west somewhere?
Yeah, I think it's.
Out west?
Rainier, I think.
Mount Rainier?
Mount Rainier.
You mean Mount St. Helens, more likely. I was at Rainier, too. But I only spent an hour or 2 there.
Well,
you can't have dogs.
You talking about wanting to be a guide or wanting to be a teacher?
And someone just took a picture of me, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Someone took a picture of me, and I know who it was. It's another fucking women. Women are just... There was a guy in the New York Times Sunday magazine. He was Iranian descent, American-born and everything, but he was Iranian. And he decided he was a photographer, and he was just had a little off time. He was going to do a project of traveling to each state capital, taking pictures of it, and making a montage and this and that. He rented bought an old van. He was going to do it. Well, he's taken an airplane to pick up his van, the first leg of his trip, and he explained to a woman what he was doing. I'm going to go to eat, and she's, ring and steakhouse. And while he was asleep, she took pictures of him, snitched on him. And as this guy's touring each state capsule, it gets harder and harder. They were like waiting for him. They got him on the list. He was arrested several times and detained. He was refused entry. He finally had to stop it because this one woman, he told about his project in all sincerity and truthfulness, took his picture while he was asleep on the airplane and snitched on him, okay? And so there's a woman in North Carolina at a picnic area. She drove up. She's just a piece of white trash, and her boyfriend apparently was driving it. And I think she was drunk, too. She was acting like she was drunk. She was being very forward and everything, no real inhibitions. And they drove up there, and she set out the window. I had, my technical clothing on, as usual. Presenting my typical spectacle, as, I was being spectacle. The lone, my shtick, doing my shtick. And she said, and what is your costume supposed to be? Smart enough, basically. And I said, I'm the prophet of microfiber. But you see, it never caught on. You can't even get this stuff anymore, right? It just fucking blew her mind. She didn't know what to fucking say. She probably didn't appreciate it. She didn't. And I'm almost sure it was the photograph was taken from where she was sitting, and I'm almost sure it was her. A piece of white trash. She takes this photo, she saves it for 4 months or whatever, and then comes forward and here's the photo. She ain't nothing but a piece of drunk white trash herself. Okay, so I guess you have gotten. Well, I guess there's actually a lot of pictures.
Well, this is what I'd like to know from you. One thing I'd like to know from you: where all have you hiked? Where all have you been? All over the United States, as far as.
I know what you're getting at, the unsolved murders.
No. I'm not talking about any unsolved. I'm talking about what I'd like to know is how accomplished of a hiker are you? I mean, you've been to.
I'm going to tell you something. I want to tell you something. I've never met anyone ever, and people are full of shit on this too. But I've never met anyone anywhere, any way, that has the time in the woods and the time on the trail that I have. I've never worked full time anyway in my life, except for the U.S. Army, and for the 6 months I went straight. I worked full time. Okay, in 79, 80, I worked 6 months. Other than that, I've never worked full time. I've been a criminal. Okay, I was a career criminal in lawful charity from 73 to 93. Okay, for 20 years. Okay. And so I never worked full time. I've been a criminal. I couldn't get up and go to work every morning. And I've just been a soldier. It took me to the 90s to really realize what I was doing. I was just replicating what I did in the Army. That's all I was doing. I was doing field maneuvers. I was replicating what I did in the Army. I came to understand that I was just on perpetual field maneuvers is what I was. Hey, that's good enough. Some guys do it as a career. Nobody. And I've had the dogs, too, which means I always have a hiking companion. One thing that holds a lot of people back from getting a lot of time in the woods, again, is an activity is not valid unless you're with someone else. That's our human nature. Right. And so, of course, it's hard. You ask 10 people, oh, do you hike? Oh, yeah, hiking? Yeah. Well, let's go next Saturday. Well, no, I got a wine tasting next Saturday. That kind of stuff, right? In other words, when the pavement ends, they get nervous, basically. But I had the dogs. And a golden retriever, man, the worse the weather is, the more cold, nasty, wet, dreary, bitter, windy the weather is, the better they like it. They're duck dogs, they're game dogs, they're bird dogs. That's when you know. Mm-hmm. And so I always had a hiking buddy. That was the revelation in my life. That was at the time I'd ceased to become the poor, tortured sociopath that was trying to fit in but couldn't, that never could, and it would never be accepted anyway. I went from that to never being alone and understanding my place and purpose in life and the true nature of my personality and what my fate was, which was to be alone. I came to understand that was my fate, to be alone. That was me. And to try to be something else would be to ensure unhappiness. Okay? And that really picked up after in 91 when I started dog running, but it got going in the 80s, from 84 on. Ask Walter Guard, he'll tell you, man, all the stuff I'd go out into the Oconee National Forest every weekend and just, or even around here in Gwinnett County, it wasn't developed like it is now. In '84, oh my God, man, huge tracts of woods along the Yellow River and so forth. They're all subdivisions now, but you could just go hiking in Gwinnett County. Hell, they had a deer season in Gwinnett County, then. Gun season, okay, and like as late as '83, they had a gun season, I knew a contractor, either cement slab contractor, and he'd just, while his crews were pouring the thing, he'd take his gun in hunting season and sit out there to see a deer, okay, and so you could have, and so I've just been driven, like you guys are desperately running from it, your existential awareness. Well, in a sense, I am too. And I was a hobby runner before. I started hobby running in '78. Yeah, I told you, and that's how I met my wife, long distances and everything. And I did that. And starting in '84, I discovered the North Georgia mountains. And by then, I'd been pavement running for 6 years. And so the field maneuvers in the mountains was just replicating what I did as a paratrooper. And it was a new form of exercise. And I'm telling you, when you're in shape, there's just something, to the certain personalities, there's something totally addicted to going, like the ever-ready bunny, to going and going and going and entering a state that I call hyperfatigue. When you enter hyperfatigue, totally addicted to going, like the ever-ready bunny, to going and going and going and entering a state that I call hyperfatigue. When you enter hyperfatigue, it's sort of like the runner's high you've heard about. When you enter hyperfatigue, the world is a different place, and you're like a god in it. The very fabric of space and time is altered. You can do it running real easy. Run over 10 miles on a hot day. Okay.
It's almost like a sweat lodge for the American Indian.
A vision quest. Yeah. And they would get their vision. Yeah. The American Indians, when they were young, the men, as a rite of passage, they would go and get on top of a mesa or something and simply go without food, water, and sleep for a couple hundred hours. Trust me, if you go 110 hours without sleep, you'll hallucinate. Believe me. Yeah.
You and I were talking earlier, and you described yourself as a pro. And in talking about that, I as a police officer, when you and I encounter one another, I'm going to know you're not. And I know what you mean, but how do you define that? As far as how are you a pro?
I'm a pro in that I'm not just styling. You see, the average civilian, their entire life is a style. Nothing is real. They're rock climbers. Oh, rock climber. Yeah. I go to the gym. Rock climber. Hiker. Oh, hiking. Well, twice they've driven up to Neal's Gap and done the little last part of Blood Mountain, and they've climbed Blood Mountain. We're all different. We even, everything is virtual. We even virtual grief. We even have virtual grief. You see the candlelight marches for Meredith Emerson and other people, and people show up and they carry the people that don't even know the girl. Mm-hmm. Most of them don't, and they carry the things, and they look, for the newsroom. Hey, son, if they want to grieve, what about, if they want to grieve, 35,000 people a year get shredded, maimed, and beaten to death in car wrecks, okay? What I'm talking about is a virtual grief. You're
saying it's like support the troop sticker on the back of your toy.
Yeah, it's a virtual thing, okay? And so everyone virtually is a style. They're talking the talk and they're not walking the walk, and they're styling, and that's why you see
posers.
That's my word. Perfectly precious posers. That's what yuppies are. They talk instead of do. They pose instead of act. Because they're perfectly precious. Right? Okay. I really started seeing that phenomenon in the last 80s. I go out to Piedmont Park and everyone standing around perfectly precious and dozing. They have these flat affects. They won't talk to you because they're afraid to. The yuppies work on the philosophy is it's better to not say anything and let them think you're a fool than to say something and they have them know you're a fool. John,
they're a little bit wiser than the predecessor.
And, they're posers. And the police officer can see that I'm not just styling. That's why all the hikers you see, 999 out of 1,000, they're dressed as is depicted in TV commercials of what a hiker's supposed to wear. They're wearing all cotton. Only just now are you starting to see a little technical clothing. And you see some hikers with a technical shirt on, okay? And in other words, a non-cotton shirt, okay? Or microfiber this and microfiber that. It's just now. I was stunned. In 1990, when I got into your microfibers, I predicted the demise of cotton. I said jeans are finished. Jeans are just nothing but lousy, stinking rags. They're wet. God, they're heavy anyway. They're not comfortable.
Soak up water.
Oh man, they never dry. They're heavy as can be. They're uncomfortable compared to microfiber. Jeans are out. Well, was I wrong? You know,
everything old is new.
Oh man, it's a uniform. No one,
But what's the attitude you take to that professionalism as far as your gear, or is it just extended to hiking, that sort of thing, or
no
lifestyle?
I tend to try to systematize everything and break it down to.
You're saying discipline and
no, understanding. Whatever activity you do, just like a police officer does, he just learns. Everything for a police officer, every kind of situation, everything is systematized for him, and he does it by the numbers. Yeah. And except the police officer's training he's exposed to is just awesome. It's so varied. Many of them do. They're taught every kind of situation. The don't shoot training that police officers do these days. They use their own service weapons in actual sets, in constructed bank lobbies or parking lots, and they use their own weapons. They wear armor, full body armor, similar to paintball armor, and they shoot each other at close range with their own 9mm service weapons using a reduced power load and a frangible bullet. And it's so awesome to see them do that, man. It's incredible. They'll just shoot it out just at ranges like that, man. It's totally awesome. And they do it over and over again. So as a result, you see some little, pudgy fuck police officer, man, that can handle a piece so good. Bam, 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 drop the magazine, bam, 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 drop the magazine, bam, bam, bam. I mean, just awesome. Just fucking awesome, man. And they're trained, all the way by the numbers, and that's what I'm talking about. But really, when
as far as your own training, or as far as your attitude towards any summiting a mountain or whatever?
Oh yeah, it's all systematized. Even my walking is systematized. I have a block of instruction I can give you on how to walk. If I was teaching someone, listen, if I'm teaching someone about backpacking, I'm going to teach them how to hike. I'm going to teach them how to walk. I'm going to teach them how to get dressed, and I'm going to teach them how to piss. Okay? You'd be surprised how easy it is if your pissing is to piss on your equipment. Your clothes or your equipment. You got these,
especially with layers.
I'm going to teach you how to take a shit. Okay? Right? It's all systematized. Yeah.
As far as systems, like when you're, planning to summit a mountain or whatever, do you come up with contingency plans as far as, if I don't make it by this certain time, then I'm going to go down to base camp 1, that type of thing?
And you do, for purposes of equipment, you do worst case scenario planning. In other words, what if I fall and break a femur? Bam! And I'm cross country. What if? Here's the complicating thing. What if the dog goes down? 100-pound dog. What if your dog comes up lame? What if you got an old dog and he comes up lame? What you gonna do? Okay. You can't leave the dog and say, "Stay here. I'll go get the sheriff. Come back." Don't work. Okay. Here's the flashlight. Here's a whistle. Here's a sleeping bag. Here's some food. Here's some water. Cool out. Listen for my whistle. Blow your whistle. When you come and show me your light, I'll have the sheriff with me. Okay. You can't tell the dog that. The dog weighs 100 pounds. What you gonna do? What if you know? And you're not on the AT. I only use the AT generally as a connector. I'll climb the mountain to the AT, work the ridge. Climb the mountain to the AT, take the AT along the ridge, and then come back down another route. Okay, it's typical when you're really truly mountain climbing. Okay, so you cross country. What you gonna do if the dog goes down? What you gonna do if the dog gets his foot sliced up? Well, as I said, what you gonna do if the dog gets a thorn in his foot?
Gotta have this sweet.
What you gonna do? And what else? Your glasses, reading glasses if you need glasses, okay, that kind of thing. It goes on and on and on. For a wintertime hike, if I'm carrying what I really should carry, and you can't carry enough water, you can't, it's just too heavy. But I'll typically carry a 5.5 pound backpack, a North Face snow leopard. I'm getting those snow leopards back, by the way, because my lawyer's getting them. He hikes Rob McNeil. He's a big time Appalachian Trail. Etc. He's a real hiking enthusiast and everything. So he owns all that now. He owns that. He owns all my personal possessions, and he owns my van. So as soon as you guys can cut it loose to him, I'd appreciate it. He's a good guy. He's the attorney for the public.
Okay.
And everything. And he owns my van now too. Okay. And he's going to keep money on the books for me also. But anyway, yeah, you have all that planned.
As far as like,
worst case scenario planning.
I think that kind of extends when you're talking about your dealings with the police and stuff. I mean, you read ahead, knew the law, that sort of thing. I think that professionalism is kind of permeated throughout. Is that the way?
Yeah, but when you get desperate, you ignore it. In other words, when you're going out to kill somebody, if you're seen by a single other person on the trail, then that day's screwed. But when you procrastinate because you don't want to get up and kill someone, and you let it go and you say, I won't kill anyone today. We'll just go hiking with my dog, have fun. We're doomed anyway. And so you get down to the point where, well, it was like Meredith. I had $40 money and several days food. I was going to have to kill somebody in that period of time. Okay? And when you get down to the bitter end, you ignore all the rules you set, which I did, which got me caught.
Straight outside of your own criteria for...
In other words, yeah. On Blood Mountain, it's a good place to hunt because it's the most used day hiking trail in the state of Georgia. And this is a 3.5 mile hike up, 1,400 foot climb, and return. So it's a 7 mile walk with 1,400 foot of elevation gain. And I'm amazed at the number of people that do it, but they're able to do it because they're not carrying anything. They're carrying what they're supposed to. I've seen people in that bitter weather that Meredith was taken in, 11 degrees at night. I saw the day before going up as I was coming down, the sun setting behind the shoulder of Blood, and going up, 3 boys going up not carrying a single thing, and one of them wearing shorts. Insanity. They're betting their life, literally, that they don't stumble and hurt themselves. Absolutely. And it's amazing not more people get in serious trouble up there. It does happen up there, but it's amazing. But but anyway, it's a good place to hunt in that you have a huge selection. But it's a bad place to hunt in that you
a lot of people.
So the way you would do it, would be to lurk in a blind, so to speak, off the trail, observe with binoculars, and lurk. But I didn't do that either because I like to hike. So a bunch of people saw me, and then it was a mistake to pick Meredith. Yeah, because as you said, she almost whipped my ass. You said, didn't you say, I bet that 120-pound girl almost whipped your ass? She almost whipped my ass.
Amen.
She damn sure did. I lost control of both of them, both the knife and the bat. Showed her the knife, grabbed the fucking, it's a bayonet, so it's dog shit anyway. All it is a spike to stick with, it's not a slasher. Grabbed the bayonet, and somehow I lost control of the bayonet and lost it, period. And it went down. I pulled the bat, deployed it, grabbed that. I mean, it was not my finest hour. It was not I'm better than that. I am. But I found out she was a fucking black belt. See, which don't mean shit. Again, they're styling these black belts. They're styling. They're not fighters. They're learning to do some little. But on the other hand, doing that kind of thing does increase your coordination, your hand-eye, etc., and it gets you more used to hand-to-hand combat as opposed to an untrained person, even though they're not really fighters. And she didn't do no shit. It's just that she was real quick with her hands and had no hesitation about grabbing weapons and everything. And not only that, she was hard to subdue. Fought like hell, man. Fought, and then once I gained control of her and got her 10, 15 feet away from the trail on that little side trail I told you about, she started fighting again. And I had to fight her again for several minutes. And her doing that is what got me caught. Because if I'd been back to the crime scene just a few minutes sooner, just several minutes sooner, I would have beat those people that found the bat, and I would have picked it up. But as it was, I had to fight her twice, bring her all the way around the corner of the mountain, and then secure her to a tree, in spite of her protestations, and then go back for it. So she caught me fair and square. Yeah.
And one thing I didn't ask you about this, since you're on that point, one thing I didn't ask you about, did you have to put something to keep her quiet, a gag, so to speak, or anything like that?
No.
Was she unconscious at that point?
Never.
Well, I'm wondering why she wasn't yelling when you zip tied her to a tree, and when you went back to clean the crime scene. Is what I'm getting at.
There comes a point they fight, and then they submit.
Right.
And a lot of it is because of me.
Right.
I reassure them. That it's going to be okay, but just quit fighting or you're going to get hurt. I tell them, listen, honey, I'm going to spend life in prison just because you said no. I'm calm as can be. I'm a very experienced fighter. You know, the thing that separates a martial artist from a brawler, there's three things. One is the martial artist has a footwork. Secondly, the martial artist is not willing to lose. And thirdly, and very importantly, I learned this from the police, a martial artist doesn't get mad. Okay. If a cop is getting mad from a brawler, there's three things. One is the martial artist has a footwork. Secondly, the martial artist is not willing to lose. And thirdly, and very importantly, I learned this from the police, a martial artist doesn't get mad. Okay. If a cop is getting mad when he's fighting, then he's doomed. Okay. And the martial artist doesn't get mad. The martial artist stays calm because the martial artist has confidence in his proficiency. And paradoxically,
Professionalism, though.
it is. Paradoxically, the better you are in fighting, the less you have to hurt people. And the reason is to use minimum force, you have to have confidence in your proficiency. It's the difference between hitting someone on the head and hitting them on a knee. If you have confidence in your proficiency and your ability to deliver the stroke accurately and in what it will do, then even though you're afraid and your impulse is to knock their head off, you're so afraid, you have confidence in your proficiency and you break their knee instead of their head. That's what it is. And I have confidence in my proficiency because I've been there a million times. I've fought 2 or more people with 3 or 4 dogs. I've had big guys, well, except for that one guy, they're always going to be bigger than me. I mean, I've had a guy one time with a Chattanooga turn right around and get hold of me and everything. This guy was like that, man. Looked like an airline. I think he was military, tell the truth. His haircut. This is over in the Chattanooga. It wasn't that far from Fort Gordon or Fort Stewart. And get a hold of me and tumble down a mountainside and still have my shit together and come up with him being on me, but not having control of the stick, but having me, and having the guy realize that he was about to get his face knocked in and just dropping me and running away, okay, because I kept my shit together. I didn't lose it. I was able to take him and flip him off the trail and roll all the way down the mountainside to 15, 20 feet. Him come up on top of me and still have my shit together and be ready to bam. That's what I call the extended fist. You have kinetic strokes and you have power strokes or muscle strokes. And the extended fist technique is, here's the bat right there. And I use the bat like you're supposed to use it. A lot of police departments hold the bat like that. In other words, a lot of police departments teach you on a 36-inch bat, riot control, they teach you to have the strong hand down, but you have the strong hand up. like this. Yeah, you have the strong hand up. And that way you can use the extended fist technique, which the tip of the bayonet is the stick is there. And so what that is this tip of the stick is a extra long and extra hard extension of your fist. Bam! It's awesome. It's devastating. Not only is it very quick acceleration, that's for close-in work, okay? For at a distance work, it's going to be a kinetic stroke. Kinetic means moving, and it's kinetic energy. And in other words, the energy you're imparting into the hip is the energy of something moving. In other words, it's mass times speed equals force, okay? So one of them squared. So you visualize the tip of your stick as a projectile, and the object is to get tip velocity.
So you think this type of thing translates as far as in a situation like you were just talking about?
What?
This training, this practice kind of comes out as far as when you said you didn't have to cover her mouth up or anything.
Oh yeah. It's the calm and the calmness I have. Anyone else when they would be doing this, if they weren't a highly skilled martial artist, well, they wouldn't be able to do it. They'd be nervous, or I don't know what they'd do. I mean, imagine what...
It goes back to the pro thing, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it goes back, and it's experience. It's a combination of experience and knowledge. Well, it's like a police officer, or like a soldier. The way a cop wins fights, the way a soldier wins fights, is planning, training, and equipment. That's how police officers win fights. Planning, training, and equipment. The planning is doing scenarios. What if two guys and another guy comes this way? What if the guy does that? What if? What if? Planning.
And you rehearse it.
And then training, rehearsing. You do your scenarios, and equipment, of course.
Well taken care of.
Which would translate to weapons, you call it weapons. And that's how police officers win fights: planning, training, and equipment. That's how little schmuck police officers can whip ass, because they planned, they trained, they are equipped. But Meredith Bell got the best of me there. Yeah, she did. Oh, but to ask you a question, once she goes over the edge, I got her around to the tree, and she said, "No, don't." But she wasn't yelling anymore. I said, "Now, honey, don't worry. Listen, I just got to go back. I'll be right here. Listen." And I said, and also the first thing I said is, "Where's your debit card, credit card?" In the car, and say, "What's the PIN number? 1, 2, 3, 4." Okay, look, honey, look. I got your credit card. I got your PIN number. It's gonna hurt you. I'll be back just a second. Go. Just take it. And she just calmed right there. And from then on, she was just cooperating. Like right there, it was like she wasn't even. And to take her back down to the parking lot, I had to go through some really thick stuff, cross a really steep ravine of drainage with a stream at the bottom, really steep, about 15 vertical feet or 20 vertical feet, really steep. Cross the creek and then come up it again through thick roadies, and then take her down the tail end of a boulder field, and then cross country straight down to the parking lot. She was unsecured, totally unsecured, except just I put a loop line around her neck, and just like a leash, like a dog's leash, and that's the only way she was secured. Okay, and I told her that I had a gun, and that I was going to shoot her ass down. I didn't have a gun, but I had a BB pistol that looked like a gun, and I was going to shoot her ass down. And, she took off running or something. Because you got to do that, because most girls could probably outrun me. Not that fast. And after that, from then on, she totally cooperated. We traversed the Blood Mountain through the stick stuff, down through the drainage, up, and she was totally cooperative with me and everything else. And it was all the way through. And as time went on, she got more and more cooperative. The last morning, again, I told you that tank truck got stalled and blocked the road, or stuck and blocked the road. And he said he was calling for help, and I said, "Honey, look, we got to get out of here. This guy's calling for help. Come on, just start throwing stuff in. Don't worry." Because she by then knew the procedure for packing and unpacking the van. And she would help me, and how we would do it, and, et cetera, what went where. She knew it all. And she would help me. But I said, "Hey, no, just grab it and throw it in. Grab it." And she just, was really going crazy. But I want to tell you, though, But, you know, the advice to people if they're abducted is to engage your abductor and to make yourself a person to them and not have them think of you as an object. To engage them, to tell them your name, to tell them about yourself, tell them about your family, tell them about tell your abductor that, you know. Tell them what you study, what your dreams and hopes and plans and schemes are, and try to engage them and make yourself a person rather than an object, because the abductor is psychopathic. He's looking at you in an inhuman way. You want to make yourself a human. No. It was always me. It was always me engaging them. First thing I ask them is, what kind of music you like? What's your favorite song? What do you do for work? Where'd you go to school? What do you do? And talk to them. It calms them down. It calms them down. But none of them ever did that to me. Meredith, the whole time, I knew her thing because I saw it. I knew her name, but I saw it in the lesson. But I just called her Hun or Honey. You know, I said, "Come on, Honey, come on, let's go. Gotta do it. Come on, no, no, come on, yeah, that kind of thing." She never once told me, "Hey, my name is Meredith." I mean, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be pitching a guy like hell. They don't even pitch me. Like, really, I won't say a word. You know, just. You know, I'd be saying, "Hey, listen, no sweat, listen, I'll tell them you had me blindfolded all the time. I didn't even see nothing. I don't even know a thing. I had no clue. Hey, I'm not even going to report this. Hey, just cut me loose, you know, cut me loose as soon as you can. If I can get back before the big alarm is raised, I'll never even report." I'd be pitching the whole damn time. I'd be bending. If I was abducted, I'd be bending their fucking ear. You know, engaging them. And making them think of me as establishing a relationship.
You kind of expected that, but never got it.
You're right. It's amazing. It's totally fucking amazing. It was me. I did form a relationship, but that was because of me. Because
you're reaching out.
Reaching out to them, and it gets their cooperation, because now you're making yourself a person to them. Instead of an inhuman monster, you're making them see as just a guy who maybe got screwed loose, but nevertheless just a guy who's rational, sounding. You know, the act wasn't rational, but my actions otherwise and everything is rational, who's intelligent, who's intuitive, you know, who is well-read and educated, and they see me as a person, and they see that I have an interest in them. You know, again, first thing that I would say is, I mean, right there, I mean, while I'm leading them away, what kind of music you like? You know, that kind of thing. And asking preferences, things, what do you do and everything, and tell me about your job. Part of it is I'm curious. You know, if as an artist and as a sociopath, if you're doing this, you would like to select your victims on an artistic sense. But when you get down, you procrastinate and someone's got a fall. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, I want to know them and to see what, you know, who I have got, rather than just a faceless person you're going to kill.
There's nothing else, something interesting, right?
Yeah. And it's not to say my mind could not have been changed with the right kind of people, but I don't know. You know, I have a Rage Against Society, and I guess most people would fit the bill as far as the victim goes. Yeah, actually. Again, I'm remorseful over Meredith because just for the fact that, if nothing else, she drove a Chevy Cavalier. I can't tell you how much I respect that.
Why is that?
Why yuppie's going to drive a little cheap white Chevy Cavalier? My God, you can get a
no brand name is what you're saying.
No Acura,
nothing,
no Beamer, no Saab. Okay, you can get a 2 or 3 years Cavalier off rental or off leash for $4,000. I mean, a new. You can get you look in the fucking blue book, okay? You can get a new Cavalier for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, man. Jesus Christ! And the fact that girl drove a Chevy Cavalier, I asked her why. She told me sensible reasons and everything. I respected her to no end for that.
Yeah.
She didn't have a brain in her head, but hey, neither do you either. And hey, what the hell? No one does.
Yeah.
right? You know, that we're all just running. We're all just passing the time. We're all just finding a way, some way to divert ourselves from the inevitability of our own end. Anything, divert me, divert me, divert me. And by God, don't let me stop and think about it, please. Make me so busy that I can't even think. You know, I can only, just be immersed in the matrix and, everything's virtual and nothing's real and just keep it spinning, baby, keep it spinning. Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, she was brain dead, of course, but the fact that she drove a Cavalier, the fact that she had this job selling boxes, commercial boxes, okay, to stores and displays and everything. It's just and it was an entry-level slot. She's out there calling on stores selling boxes. And she was so optimistic, enthusiastic about it, even though she didn't, wasn't passionate about the job. She sold boxes, for Pete's sake. But she was happy in it in that she felt she was progressing, building her resume. As Meredith said, she said, if I can succeed in selling boxes, then it's going to show the next higher level that, I can go out and do it. I can go out and sell boxes. Mm-hmm. That kind of thing. She was happy in that. She wasn't anyone else would be up to, bitching about it. No, she was happy to have the job. She was happy to do it. She did it. She was doing good at it. And sure, her life was just stupid, but the thing is, it was full, and she was happy at it. She wasn't dissatisfied. You see, the human condition is to be dissatisfied. That's why we had to settle down and have things and get more and more and more and more. And it's especially the women that are dissatisfied. My God, man, you're having to buy furniture every few years. You're having to buy carpets. They're never fucking happy. And every few years you got to get a bigger house, okay? They are never satisfied. But it's really the human condition is to be dissatisfied. That's why we're at where we're at. I like to use the saying of, well, we wanted to have something to drink, we invented whiskey. Then we wanted a cold drink, we had to invent the refrigerator. We're never satisfied. That's right. She was satisfied.
Well, she had to share that with you.
Huh?
I mean, she seemed to share that stuff with you as far as making,
Oh, she told me. I had a question to her. We had I spent 3 days with her. We had long talks about everything. I gave her a book to read, Cannibals and Kings. I gave her a choice of books to read. And she selected Cannibal and Kings. Marvin Harris, anthropologist, 1977. Get it, read it. It'll explain much of the stuff that I've been telling you about what's going to happen to us, where we come from, what civilization is, where it's going, and everything. And you'll see that you're fucking doomed. But hey, don't worry about it. I mean, why? I mean, just enjoy yourself. So what? You're fucked, okay? Hey, there's everything, and you'll see that you're fucking doomed. But hey, don't worry about it. I mean, why? I mean, just enjoy yourself. So what? You're fucked, okay? Hey, there's
Matt's saying that all the time. He's talking about the meteors coming and, why quit smoking? Why?
Well, here's the thing. Let me in 4.5 billion years, the sun is going to run out of nuclear fuel. It'll start to collapse in on itself. That gravitation, that ball will be converted to energy. It'll make it get a nuclear reaction out of the more heavy and complex elements that is converted to helium into, which means it'll expand out again, become what they call a red giant, and the periphery of that red giant will include the orbit of Earth and will be incinerated in 4.5 billion years. And as you come forward in time, from 4.5 billion years from now, it only gets worse. Because we're going to be destroyed 30 times, 40, 50 times over. Before that, it only gets worse. Okay. Well, we're overdue for the big one as far as the super volcano in Yellowstone. We're 30,000 years. We're 307 years into a 500-year cycle on the Olympic plate. Shaking loose has done 18 times in 20,000 years. You don't think it's not going to do it again?
You got that meteor coming.
And when that shakes loose, it's a +0.9. You got to understand, every point on the Richter scale is 10 times the previous point. It's exponential. It's not geometric, okay? In other words, a 9 point is 10 times more powerful than an 8 point, okay? And we've only seen 3 of them in history, And with the Alaska one, we were able to observe it, and it was in the modern science era. Okay? And when that shakes loose, it's going to shake loose the whole damn Pacific Northwest and Northern California. And I'm not talking about the San Andreas Fault. That's a whole different thing. I'm talking about the Olympic Plate where it subducts from the Pacific Ocean. It goes under Washington and Oregon, okay? And it just shakes loose.
Well, before all that shit happens, and before you miss out on chow, let me, yeah, it's almost.
Oh, you mean I can't talk to you anymore?
Yeah, I don't want you to miss out on chow. I was going to ask you, basically, you know, on your timeline and everything else, we got up to 97 when you went to work with Tabor. What time around 97 was that that you went to work with Tabor?
July of 97.
July of 97.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you something.
Okay.
I took my fall in 95. I told you I pled to the unlawful charity, which was indicted in 94, which I quit in 93 because I found out they were investigating me yet again. Right. For the 15th time, I called up a guy and he said, well, the GBI's come by and they've gotten all my records and receipts relating to the Georgia Veterans News. Okay, hey, what else is new? It's happened a half a dozen times. They're investigating me yet again. This time it was GBI. This is in September of 93, and I quit. Okay. And in January of 94, I was indicted, 25 grand bond set. In April of 95, I was arrested on it. And in August, I pled on the unlawful charity, and in December I pled on the theft charge out of DeKalb County, received 5 years probation, concurrent restitution. Okay, here's the point I'm making. Since that time, and this includes traffic too, okay, since that time I have broken no laws with the exception of marijuana usage and failure to file income taxes. I have not broken a fucking law until I went on my rampage. So I want to put you at ease there. Okay, there's nothing I'm going to tell you right now. I'm a man of my word. I'm telling you. Okay, I got no reason to. Hey, man. Hey, listen. You can sentence me to death. You won't be able to fucking impose it. Okay, I'm not.
No, I agree.
Okay.
When did your rampage begin? Can I ask you that? I mean.
Yeah, but 20.
Right.
Okay.
Is that when you and Tabor had kind of a disagreement or whatever?
Oh, we've been having a disagreement, but I probably wasn't getting the money. The reason I wasn't, he was saying I was extorting him. And I knew what his scheme was. And I was not unlawfully threatening him, but he was saying I was. And the last check he gave me, which was $2,100, that I extorted from him. Tabor knows me better than any person alive. Tabor knows me much better than anyone. And Tabor is scared shitless of me for good reason. Okay. Okay. Tabor knows me. I don't have to spell it out to Tabor. I don't have to threaten him. Okay. Okay. He knows me better than anybody. All right. Not that he's close to me. He just knows me because I've revealed myself to him over the years. Again, you need someone to talk to. You need someone to trust. So I thought, I'm not his kind of people. I mean, here's the yuppie's credo, okay? Number one is always remember that you can slum around with guys like Gary Hilton, but always remember they're not our kind of people. Number two, never ever be impressed by anything that anyone has done unless they got a whole lot more money than you do. Okay? That means if I go and climb Mount Everest, that means if I'm a super mega stud of studs, don't be impressed by me unless I have a whole lot more money than you do, than he does. And number three, don't ever let the people have a cut of the pie. Okay? Keep them down where they belong. Keep them wage slaves. Tabor pretended he was giving me a cut of the pie, but he was stealing half of it. Yeah, so at any rate, the point is, that's... so the last check Tabor gave me, he left it, and on the envelope it had ransom written on it.
What did he mean by that?
He meant that he was being extorted and he was giving it to me under duress. Okay. And then he left me a letter saying I was threatening him and I was doing this tough guy act. That's what pissed me off. I was saying act. Act? That's not an act, dude. Jesus. No. But here's the thing. In my mind, if someone gives you money And regardless of what you said to them, if someone gives you money and they're saying they're doing it under duress for fear, and you accept it, in my mind, that's prima facie evidence of the extortion. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I mean, regardless if I threaten someone, made an unlawful threat, I say I had plenty of lawful threats I could do. I fucked them up lately. That Ron McKinney suing me. But if someone gives me a check and say I'm giving this to you because I'm afraid of you, and because I feel threatened by you, and I'm in fear of my limb and life of you, and I'm giving you the check for that reason, and they document it, okay, by writing ransom on the envelope, by putting a letter in it saying that they're being threatened, and you take that check and cash it, well, that is extortion in my mind, isn't it? I mean,
I can see your point, yeah.
That's prima facie evidence of extortion.
Right.
If they can document it, have witnesses, the envelope had ransom written on it, like, ransom for your life, I guess. I'm holding your life, and if they're saying to me they're giving it to me under duress because they feel threatened, and I take it, then that's extortion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be construed to be.
Right.
Certainly could.
Right.
And they document it.
By the way, person on the jury, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I think under the law, too.
Right.
Actually.
Well, what exactly, I mean, I don't want to get into Tabor that much, but I mean,
You tell Tabor that girl
is,
I killed the girl, but you tell him that girl is dead because he's a fucking smart-ass girl.
Right.
And instead of telling me, Gary, the jig's up, I mean, I don't know what the fuck was going through his mind that he didn't know the girl was dead. And the girl wasn't. She was alive. For all he knew, I had the girl. It was just gone down that the girl was missing and apparently being abducted by me. What the fuck was in his mind trying to lure me? That you think you're going to rescue the girl that way?
Well,
Like I'm going to bring the girl there, especially when they're bracing. Yeah, what the fuck was going through his mind? You tell Tabor, if you had just told me, and it makes sense, it's intuitive. If you had told me, Gary, they know it's you, they're looking for you, and if you got that girl, just like you told me, the first thing you said to me is, Gary, if there's any way that girl's still alive, please, work to that effect. He said, please tell us. See, you were exploring that possibility right from the get-go. Not Tabor. He's too busy being a yuppie, smart-ass girl, okay, and tried to lay his coy little trap, and I told him, well, I couldn't pick it up that night or the next day, but I might be there the next day, okay, because I was still not fucking wishing the girl was still alive, man, I still had that. Now I got to go off, oh, God, and I was just, I'd come unraveled. You saw how I felt arrested. I slept almost 24 hours a day for the next morning.
Well, like Clay was saying, I hate bringing Tabor into it, but just out of curiosity, he just strikes me as kind of a weird fella.
Oh, yeah.
Based on his,
Yeah.
he kind of acts like you have something over his head.
Yeah, that's the impression that I got.
Or is he just scared of you?
Oh, he's afraid of me, and it just may be that his wife doesn't know he's a lousy faggot that lies about everything, but I doubt that. The last message I left to him, I was telling him, John, you're working an agenda that's not working for either of us. It's not working for me because I'm not getting paid. It's not working for you because it's not going to happen. And that is, John, I will never unlawfully threaten you, John. I said, now, I can understand there's two reasons why you might think you could goad me into unlawfully threaten you. One is that if you had done to anyone what you've done to me, they would be so mad and so outraged that they may well utter an unlawful threat. Secondly is the fact that, well, I'm a stud, and the training I received and the fighting I've done is a matter of public record. The training I received is a matter of public record, and the police have been called on me 30 times. The fighting I've done is a matter of public record. But, John, you're forgetting something. In all those instances, I acted lawfully. I keep my actions lawful. Now, as far as blackmailing you goes, he had never broached that subject, but I wanted to throw this in. I said, as far as blackmailing you goes, well, John, hey, what am I going to do? Tell your wife you're a lousy faggot that lies about everything? Man, I'm sure she's known that for several years. I told him, and this might be, Jan is dumb, And again, when you love someone, you have this dreamboat of a guy. You've seen Taper. Yeah, he's dreamboat for the average, He's 44, 40, he's born in 64, man, okay? He's in his mid-40s. Your average schmuck in his 40s is a sack of fucking shit, man. He's done spread. Man, Taper's a stroking dude, man. I mean, he's tall and good-looking, and he handles himself beautifully. He's so impeccably mannered. Of course, they pose, and they're precious, and that's the way they do it. And so I can understand his wife being blinded by that for several years. But again, she's an attorney. She was first in her class. She's not stupid, So I feel sure that
Did he ever come on to you or anything of that?
Oh, no, not at all.
Or share an experience with you?
Never. No.
Talk about what I did Friday night?
Until recently in our relationship, I would never have broached it at all. But he
out of politeness or just out of?
No, because if you're friends with a faggot, it becomes accepted, an open thing between you that he's a faggot, then you're hanging around with a faggot. And in my experience, if you're hanging around with a faggot that's acknowledged to be a faggot, I shouldn't use those words. It's pejorative. I think the world of gay guys, by the way. Gay guys as a group are more handsome, more talented, more smart, more everything than straight men. They are. They're beautiful. And talented and everything. Good looking, too. But one of the ways you tell a guy's a homosexual is he's just too good looking and dressed too damn well, like Rock Hudson. Okay. No. Tabor's always known for many years that I knew, because he knows me better than anyone, and he understands how sophisticated I am. By sophisticated, I mean a sophisticated person understands what they're seeing and sees almost everything. That's what I mean by sophistication. Okay. In other words, I've been to New York City. So Tabor knows I'm an extremely sophisticated guy, and the only reason I'm not rich is because I'm crazy.
Well, it's down to everything.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I wouldn't, in a sense, it sounds weird, but even at this point, I wouldn't trade it for being the average cognizant schmuck that's going and plodding along, doing a job, career, a family, going to church, doing all those dumbass, mindless, brain-dead fucking things, man. I wouldn't trade it even now to be incognizant of the average person. To be sentient of the true reality of life. And it's all right there in front of us. But people have the capacity to deny truths that are as big as the nose on their face. It's called dimming of awareness. It's a human psychological phenomenon that, number one, reduces tension, and number two, facilitates social interaction. It's a psychologically proven phenomenon that can be demonstrated in the laboratory, that we dim our awareness of situations. It's almost like the guy's got a big wart on his nose, but you don't look at it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And that's what drives cops mad, because cops understand that everybody's got an asshole. All you got to do is look for it, and it can drive them nuts. It can. And that's what drives cops mad, because cops understand that everybody's got an asshole. All you got to do is look for it, and it can drive them nuts. It can. It's part of seeing the dark side of things. That's why you were standing there scowling when they were taking my hair, because you just spent the night with a dead body. Okay, and I saw the crime scene guy. He had Dalton Forest mud on his knees and on the toes of his boots, and that meant he had been down on his knees in the mud in front of a dead body. That used to be a young girl, and I imagine so did you. You spent the night with a dead body, and I think I'd be scowling too.
I would rather scowl.
Yeah, you were. You
got a reputation for that. A lot of people accuse me of that, and when I'm actually not, I guess my face just naturally frowns or whatever. But anyway.
Hey, you're authorized to, because Michael Moore, the guy, that filmmaker, he has referred to Americans as grinning idiots, and no truer words were ever spoken. Especially since 1996, they all had the teeth whitening. Prior to 1996, if you would go to a dentist, the dentist would be wearing a lab coat, that white right there, right? If you went to a dentist and said, "Doc, I want you to make my teeth as white as your lab coat there. The doc would say, well, I'll do it, but don't tell anyone it was me that did it. Because it looks so unnatural. You know what I mean? Now, everybody's that way. They're grinning fucking idiots. I call it a dental display. That's what I call it. It's like chimpanzees and other apes, they do a genital display. You'll see a chimpanzee in a zoo look like that. That's a genital display. Well, they do a dental display. That's why I love my teeth. These are both artistic, philosophical statements, and they're practical, too. If someone's fucking with me, I'll go, you're pretty. Like that. It scared the shit out of any damn dude. They know I'm for fucking real. I ain't no yuppie. See, I ain't posing, bitch. I got my fighting teeth here, bitch. Can I help you? How are you going to help me? Do I look like I need some help? You're too ugly to help me.
Basically, on our timeline, you basically are telling me that you committed no crimes between 97 or 95.
95
and the present.
And
whenever.
None. I didn't get a ticket. The reason I didn't get a ticket is because I didn't break the law.
So you kept a legitimate job in Tabor's business.
And I did 5 years probation from 95 to 2000.
Right.
Okay. And the only things I did unlawful was smoke marijuana from morning to night, all I could get. I never dealt it.
Right.
Just smoked it. And I didn't file my income tax.
A lot of people said you were an avid marijuana user, and I used to work narcotics. And
morning to night.
And I looked in your van, and there's no evidence of that in your van.
I had run out 2 days before.
Well, let me ask you this: you had the Mazda pickup truck at that until what time?
Mazda pickup truck until 2000.
Until 2000, at which time you got the 86 or 80?
96.
96. What?
Astro. And then I got this current Astro 2001 in 2005.
2005. Okay. And you didn't have any vehicles in between that time? The reason I'm asking this is, everybody's came out of the woodwork, and I saw him at such and such time. He was driving a Chevrolet truck, or he was driving this. You never drove a Chevrolet truck?
No.
Never did?
Never.
Okay. Never drove any other colored van than that white van?
Never.
Okay.
The Mazda was black.
The Mazda was black.
It was a B 2200 with a gray camper on it.
Camper shell on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened to it?
It was abandoned in the parking lot of Motel 6 on Oak Brook Parkway in Gwinnett.
Why was it abandoned?
It couldn't pass the emissions, and I hadn't had a valid tag on it for a year. I drove it all over with an invalid tag on it. It was expired, and what I did is I had a trailer hookup, the electrical hookup, and I had it artistically made so it looked like the plug-in was just hanging down over the decal over the year, but it was actually affixed to it by wire. But it looked like, I even had it artistically, so it just looked like it was dangling, but it wasn't. It was affixed by wire.
Affixed to it.
By wire, yeah. They covered it, and I drove that for a year with expired tags, and if I see a police officer behind me, if I could pull into somewhere without, Police officers got ESP as to when someone's avoiding them. Yeah, if they see you pull into someone, they know that you're avoiding them. But so I was cognizant of that. Cops aren't dumb. They don't have to be brain surgeons, but they're not dumb either. They're professional.
Well, let me ask you this. I know that you're an avid gun lover, also.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty proficient with a firearm.
Yeah.
All right.
You saw my records. No, the FDR's got my Army file. Do you have my Army file?
No.
If you got my Army file, you would see that I have orders cut, certifying me as an expert on the rifle, the auto rifle, the pistol, the machine gun, and the bayonet.
What's your weapon of choice? Do you have one? And I'm purely psychological standpoint. Do you have one?
According to the mission.
According to the mission.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, listen, if you're, a good weapon to have is the North American Arms Mini Revolver, 5-shot, 22 Magnum, stainless steel. Stainless steel's the only way to go, man.
Especially out in the woods.
Yeah, if you don't have stainless steel, you got to haul the thing, and then you carry it in your pocket, you get it all out. It's crazy. Stainless steel is the only thing to have.
Right.
And that thing you can just hide, but yet it's extremely lethal. It puts out generally about 300 foot-pounds of energy. It's right in 38 special range. It's as powerful as a 38 special. And in other words, enough to do the job. All of your small guns generally, anything under that is not powerful enough, and that includes your 32 auto, your 25 auto. 25 auto, as opposed to 300 foot-pounds for a 22 mag, well, 25 auto develops all of 62 foot-pounds. You can take it, and I've done it. You can take a 25 auto, put it right up against the laminated automotive glass, bam, shoot right into it, and it'll catch the bullet. It won't even go through it.
Yeah, 25s are.
But of course, the 25 probably kills more people than any of the because African Americans get them for nothing.
Right.
And if it hits you in the heart, I know a girl whose father carried a 25 auto. As he was getting out of the car, it fell and hit the curb and discharged and hit him in the heart and killed him. So, but nevertheless, it's not enough to do the job.
Right.
The 38 special is the minimum power you have in a handgun. But of course, the problem with that is that for actual gunfighting, its rate of fire is not what you need, because to reload the thing, you got to take the cylinder out, get the bolt. It doesn't have an ejector on it. You got to, and knock them out with the cylinder rod. And then, reload. Now, I practice doing that, and I can do it in the dark, okay? Yeah, almost. You always have to practice reloading in the dark. But it's no good for gunfighting, though. If you're gunfighting, of course, your Glock 17 would, be it. I qualified it. I qualified expert on the pistol, which was the 45 auto.
Well, 1911.
Yeah,
I figured you'd be a 45 man myself, but.
Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, it's just again the firepower of the Glock, the 17 rounds, and the 45 is 7 rounds. You see, but no, the police officers are coming to the conclusion that 9mm aren't powerful enough. So you see them go to the 40 caliber and 45. That 9s aren't enough.
So you don't like 9s, or?
The magazine capacity is fabulous. Fabulous.
What about a 40? Never messed with it.
I don't even know the ballistics of the 40, actually.
Glock scares me sometimes. I mean, I'm not really a Glock man. I was always
I've never used one, but just based on its reputation and the magazine capacity of 17 rounds, let me tell you, man, if you're good with that and you have the thing at the gun, if you know where the gun is shooting, let me put it that way. Kick ass on that. I mean, I don't use my firing position with a pistol. If I'm gunfighting, and like there's the guy, and we're going to gunfight. Just go down like that. And I've done this with a 45. Bam, bam, bam. With no hearing protection either.
Right.
And see, not only do you have the stable base, but you have a very small target.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, I'm better kneeling than I am prone with a 45.
Really?
Yeah. Now, in the Army at that time, in the 60s, we did not use any of it. Standing offhand position was one-handed. It's a duelist position in that you're turning your body sideways and you're presenting less of a target. And also you have your a little more protecting you. You got your lung protecting your heart. In other words, yeah, we would do it this way, right? And I never saw the two-handed stance used until the late 70s on the cop shows and everything. I think it's kind of stupid, really, in a way. I actually do. Although for coming around corners, it maybe you can get on point just a little bit quicker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't like plastic guns.
I just always prefer something with a safe.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
What else we need?
Your thing with Tabor just kind of like you were talking about.
It sunk in
over time.
It sunk in over time. the Tabor, half of his sales are delayed sales or go back. Tabor can't close. We're talking even at his giveaway cheap price.
I take it that was his responsibility as far as you
Just
acquired
like
sales.
yeah, took the lead. He went and sold them. Even at Tabor's giveaway prices, a siding job is over $10,000. Okay, even at a giveaway price, still a lot of money. And even if it's a giveaway price, if it's $10,000, what are you going to say if a guy comes and presents you with a $10,000? You're going to say, "I'll think about it." Of course, it's rare that the customer is so committed that oh, okay, give it to me. Right. He's going to say, "I'll think," even if he's got bids from other companies that are considerably higher. He'll say, "I'll think about it," because he wants to figure out what's wrong with it.
Right.
In other words, you can't give it away unless you sell it. You can't. You can't. And what do I mean by sell it? Inducing urgency. So,
Sure.
Yeah, this is what my sales are, the way I approach siding. I lie to the customer, but I never lie about things that materially affect the terms and conditions of the job.
You said
What I lie about is only one thing. And that is to get them to put
urgency.
to get them to buy from me now. And how do I lie? There's a million lies. Oh, you know something, John? For the 5th year in a row from the James Hardy Corporation, he won the Golden Hammer Award. Yeah, and every quarter he's in the winner's circle also. Yeah, this is by post-installation surveys that the James Hardy Corporation will send you. They'll send you one after we do your job, and it's based on customer satisfaction. And it's a way to think of how many jobs you do versus your percentile of customer satisfaction. And John, again, got the Golden Hammer Award. Yeah, he's going for a cruise this July on a 20-passenger luxury yacht in the Aegean Sea over there, courtesy of, last year they sent him to Hawaii. Well, at any rate, when you win the Golden Hammer Award, you get an allocation of 10,000 square feet of siding to help you with your business, and at the same time increase the market share and the market penetration in any given subdivision of James Hardy products. And guess what? Your subdivision qualifies. So, right now, we have that allocation, and we're going to be able to offer you, I guarantee you, I promise you this, the best price you'll ever see. Which is true. That part is true. So you see, that's all lies. That's all bullshit. But it doesn't materially affect the terms and conditions of the job or anything else. It's simply to get them to buy from me now. You see?
Mm-hmm.
It could be as simple as something like, business is real slow, which half the time is not untrue. Business is real slow. Every time we get a job in this particular subdivision, which is true, we've done 22 jobs in this subdivision. Every time we get a job in this subdivision, we got a real good chance of getting another job from one of your neighbors right off that sign we're going to put in your yard. If you'll let us keep it there for 30 days, please, after we finish the job. We got a real good chance of getting another job in the subdivision because our work is all over. If people want to understand what kind of work we do, there's plenty of examples of it right outside their door. We may have a job across the street from you. You know, Tabor's done 10,000 jobs. And so for that reason, work is slow. Well, rather than send the crews home, I'd rather them be busy putting siding on your house and just earning their paycheck and taking care of the material. So yeah, I'm going to give you a siding job. You're going to give it to me? Oh, that's right. I'm going to give it. I've got to pay my crews. And I should tell you, they're the highest paid in the industry. And you will be the beneficiary of their craftsmanship. And of course, I got to cover my materials. I don't go steal it. But otherwise, I'm going to give you the job. And the reason I am is we've done 22 homes in this subdivision. This will be the 23rd one. When we're doing your home and your neighbors see your brand new house, then see how good it looks, and everyone driving by and seeing the crews there and the work going in and our signs in front, there's a good chance we'll get a job right off of that job. You said, well, it's true. Well, yeah, that's true. But, you know, so it's a blend. But the only reason I'm lying to them is not to cheat them or to screw them. Is to overcome human procrastination. That's all. So it's just to induce urgency. That's all. So it's just to induce urgency. But Tabor can't follow up on it. and he couldn't close it. So what happens is more than at least 50% of his sales are go-back sales. And I ascertained that through conversations for years and years with Tabor. Every time he'd tell me he had an appointment or got a job, I'd say, first of all, is it mine? And it's no. And, well, where'd you get the lead? Well, it's a go-back. Well, where'd you get the lead? Oh, from a guy that I did a job and he knew someone at work. Okay. Somebody's own testimony, over 50% or more of his jobs are go-back. And it started sinking in over the last year. Again, you wonder how I can be so stupid. The reason is I trusted him, okay? When you trust someone, you dim your awareness. You lose your awareness. Okay. Yeah. And it dawned on me that Tabor in 10 years had never paid me for one delayed job. Not one. Does that sound crazy or not? Mm-hmm. And see, but that's the way they always catch themselves, don't they? They instead of taking part of them, they take all of it. I told Tabor one time, I said, hey, John, did it ever occur to you that you were taking them all? And I answered the question myself. I said, of course not. It was too easy and too much fun. I told him. So, yeah, we had this realization. But I really didn't want to be accusatory to him, so I tried to kind of analog the same as the threats, rather than a naked threat or a naked accusation. I tried the same way as I made him aware of my cognizance of his homosexuality. I kind of let it sink in that I was hip to what was going, and just rather than saying you're a faggot or you stole every job from me, because you do that. And so what's the first thing a psychopathic criminal is going to do? He's going to deny it to the end, just like a cheating husband. You say, honey, you've been cheating on me. He's going to deny it to the end. Well, I hired a private detective, and they followed you and her to a motel. He's still going to deny it. He's going to deny it till always, never, ever, admit it, right? And so that's why I wasn't accusatory to him, because once you do that, then he's going to feel compelled to deny it. Then you have a debate and an argument. I tried to couch it in terms that, hey, the realization is there, it's a done deal, I know it, you know it, and I'm not even going to broach it, in public. And that's the way it went on for a year, and he started squeezing me. Hey, who's going to take me to the bathroom, the detectives or...
We'll get you somebody.
Okay, fine. Hey, good talking to you guys. Feel free to come back and see me. I may be getting out of it. When am I leaving here?
Don't really know. Department of Corrections probably come and get you sometime this week, I would think.
Okay.
I would think.
Hey,
Gary, I appreciate it.
Okay, Gary. Good. I'm not all bad, pal. I'm just a,
Let me hook you up here
good.
so these guys don't freak out.
Oh, no, I understand. Hey, you got to get used to it, though.
Yeah.
Listen, there's no way I can make it on the outside. I've told you before, I'd have to turn right around, walk back in here. I'd have no place to go, nothing to do. I'm feeling real good now, multiple sclerosis, because I'm laying in bed, just laying and reading.
Were you getting your rest?
Even in warm. Yes, I'm laying flat on my back. I will walk about a mile and a half in my little cell quite often. But other than that, and attorney's business and so forth, other than that, I'm laying prone. I'm laying prone all day and all night, and it's got me feeling great.
That's good.
My symptoms are virtually all gone.
You put on a little weight?
I've gained 6 pounds, or at least 6 pounds. The food is good. It's enough of it. I'm always a little hungry, but that's the way you need to be when you're 61.
Right.
If you're not always, if you're not always hungry, you're going to spread out. You walk around.